Good and fair evening, my friends. Welcome back to the tavern. Hello, everyone. Oh, what a beautiful night to gather together, isn't it? We are on the cusp of a new era. Well, not a new era, but a new year at the very least. So let's get a toot on the raid horn for Matty. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Welcome in, raiders. Grab your seats. We're going to ring in the new year together, my friends. Let's see, who all we have? We have Molly. Hello, Molly. We have Erin. We have Lee over on the Facebook portal. Hello and welcome in. And of course, we have Sir Chatty Matty, as per always. We have Quirt. Uh, Happy New Year! Happy New Year, Quirt. Good to see you, my friend. We have Teresa and, of course, Erin. Welcome in, my friends. Gather round. We're going to do some reading tonight. And then as the hours pass, because what? The first New Year's will be at 9 p.m., yes, Lovey? So we'll read for a bit, and then we'll ring in the New Year for our East Coast friends. Then we'll read a little bit more, and we'll splash about together, and then every hour on the hour we'll do it again and again and again. Ashley, hello and welcome in. Happy New Year. Very good to see you. In 45 minutes, yes indeed. Tyson, guten Abend, allerseits. Good evening, Tyson. Good to see you, my friend. Glad you're still practicing your Deutsch, as it were. Kiri, my friend, hello, welcome in. Good to see you, Jonathan. Slansha, hello. Autumn Busby, hello, welcome in. Good to see you all. Welcome to the tavern, my friends. Good to see you. I hope you're all ready for a brand new, bright and glorious new year. Slancha agus Savris. Savris. Probably, hang on. I think he does need help. Yeah, the shorthand for that would be Slancha Stancha, Jonathan. I think we did a story on that a little while ago. Pickle, hello, long time no see. Oh, look at you. Come here. Gonna hang out with me for a little bit. Welcome, friends. Sit in, gather round. Hello. Jessica, hello, welcome in. Castle, my dad is here for me for New Year's. Excellent, Con. That's good to hear. Yes, cat content. That's what I want. We're basically, we're on the verge of becoming a cat channel, essentially, anyways. Bear, hello and good evening, my friend. Doing my best to spell coherently. That's all right. Quote, I don't expect anybody to... Yeah, so slancha is tancha is another way of saying health and wealth. Over a year, yeah, he's grumpy because he's being forced to be stayed away because he was an absolute terror last night. Yes, you were. Absolute terror. And the dog is being all stressed out and trying to jump on people because of the fireworks. So, Kova, hello, good to see you, my friend. Welcome in here. Oh, we'll lift Milo up so that he can be on display. Because he's not allowed to go anywhere. Because if he does, he's going to go off and fall asleep, and then he's going to be a menace again tonight. Ashley, love, hello. Are you and Mateus doing all right? I hope so. German lessons for a whole year. That's good, Tyson. If you can stick with something for a year and you're actually doing it, that's most people can't do that. So it's very good. Shadow, hello. My brother's dog is doing the same, very nervous and scared. Yeah, the cats are chronically unbothered by the explosions, but the gigantic dog is a big baby. Catly fans, only cats. I don't think there's much of a difference between that and what's being implied. Yes, we're doing a lot better, love. How are you and the family? We're doing well. The lady and I have just been working pretty much non-stop. By choice, we chose that we were going to work through the holidays, just for sick. No, so Ashley Lynn is over on TikTok, and then Ashley Cornish is over on the Facebook portal. Lindsay Collins, hello and welcome in. Good night, good fare to you. Welcome in, grab your seat. Yeah, well, because Boo has had an injury behind his ear, so he's had to be Space Cat for the last couple of weeks. Wesley, hello. First comment in ages, and Johnny, you missed it. You already ignored it. I did not miss it. Schedule change. Also, happy Poke Up. I mean, New Year. No, schedule's not changing. We didn't get on yesterday, so we decided we were going to do a New Year's story time for everybody. It helps that my stepsister is German and we message back and forth regularly. She's been a major. That does help if you have people who are going to message you or talk to you in the language you're trying to learn. Nathan Campbell, hello, my friend. Good morning, evening to all busy working. Love you stuff. Can't stay around. That's all right, Nathan. I appreciate you dropping in. It's very good to see you, and I'm glad to have had you drop by. I vote for Poke Rap. No. Martin, brother, hello. It's been a while since I heard from you. I heard that your new account had scam things being done to it. It's definitely not good. I hope you're doing well. I hope your New Year's was well. To all of our friends in the Upside Down, they've already informed me from the future that the future has happened and it's fine. We're all gonna make it. We're all gonna make it to the next year. Tracy, hello and welcome in. Happy New Year. The holidays have been treating us well. We went and saw family before Christmas, and then the lady and I spent Christmas together. I went to see my brother. Do you want this back, by the way? Okay, well, I'm just gonna let him go, and he'll go to you. Ah. Jason says, I hope it's okay if I sit here in the background and enjoy the time here. Absolutely fine. I figured there might be some of you who wouldn't get to be with family for the New Year, so we switched our story time for today to New Year so that everybody. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? There's no way you're gonna be able to get up here. You're 90 pounds. There's no possible way you can sit on me. And if you do, you're going to freak out as soon as something explodes again and try to run away. And I'm not going to put my manhood at risk of your sporadicisms. All right? So just hang out right here next to me and you'll be fine. I promise you, beyond a shadow of a doubt, nothing is going to get you. I promise. I promise you, nothing is going to get you. Look, I'll even hold on to you like that. There you go. Now you can't hear anything. Hacked it. That's really unfortunate, Martin. Did you manage to get it recovered or just nothing from that? Belinda, hello, welcome here. I heard that. Vote for Poke Rob too. Yeah, that was Matty. Matty's votes don't count for a whole lot since he leads the goblins. So don't get too excited, Wesley. Belinda, hello, welcome in. You might have treats in your pocket. I do not. Not the kind a dog would want. Don't worry about the world ending today. It's already tomorrow. Yeah, see, our friends in the Upside Down already let me know that we are indeed going to make it to tomorrow. No apocalypses today. I'm being dramatic today, fair warning. It's to be expected. It's a new year, Matty. It's a new year. There have been a few times I've said something and she laughs, then tells me that what I said wouldn't be said that way. Then tells me the correct way. When I first learned German, I thought I was being very clever, learning how to swear, and because a famous swear we learned very young in Ireland is Poblahoen, right? Poblahoen is a very common swear. It means kiss my ass, right? So I don't remember exactly how I used to say it, but when I first learned German, I was like, oh, I'm gonna be clever. I'm gonna learn how to say the same thing in German. And then I had a pen pal who I went to school with in Germany when I was there for a little bit, because I went to school in Germany for about 6 months when I was, I don't know, 9 or 10 years old, and I thought I was being very clever and naughty and learning how to swear, and so I was showing off my ability to swear in German, and turned out I was not saying kiss my ass, I was saying kiss my donkey. And I was going around all over the place, very proud of myself that I had learned how to do that. And it was not what I was saying at all. Family is what it's all about, familiar, slow and sound, and doggos, yes. Although this particular doggo I could do with a little less of. He follows me everywhere. Follows everybody everywhere, which is part of the problem. He's so neurotic. Brenda, Happy New Year to you. Love your post. Well, thank you kindly. Your support of the tavern is deeply appreciated. Thank you very much. For anyone who is curious, I see there's a lot of new folks in here. We open up the portals into the tavern on every platform, so you can find your way in through Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, Kick, or Twitch. So you'll be able to find your way in wherever you like. Princess War says, hi everyone. Just wanted to say Happy New Year, stay wonderful and amazing, and to you as well, best of wishes. Best news of the year is our daughter is finishing school and enrolling in college this fall. Absolutely spectacular news. I'm glad to hear it. I came, I saw, I forgot what I was doing, I retraced my steps, I got lost, and now I have to pee. Yeah, it's about the half and hold of it, Martin. We're all getting old, so that's what happens. Made it in finally. Good to see everyone. Frost, my friend, good to see you, brother. Okay, you can lay there, lay here, lay down, Schlitz. But if you unplug my stuff, I'm going to be very cross with you. Just lay down. Schlitz, go down. All the way. All the way. Just lay down. Dude, there's no way it's comfortable for you to stand suspended like that. Just lay down. Good Lord. He's like this. He's up on his paws like this. Like suspended with his legs bent. There's no way that that's comfortable. There's no way. It's just... He's just half suspended up on his legs like this. Mary Beth, hello, Happy New Year. It's good to see you, welcome in. Oh boy, we're having a heck of a night already. He does it like, when he doesn't want to lay down, when I've told him to lay down, he'll like suspend up on his paws a little bit and won't lay all the way down. I'm like, there's no way that that's more comfortable than just laying down. Why do you do that? Coda, I'm comfy, but he's not. He's absolutely not. What breed is he? He is a shepherd husky mix. And he's pure white, which means he gets on everything. Happy New Year's. It's snowing like the Dickens Christmas here in West Virginia. I would trade you for it in a second. It's fairly warm where the lady and I are. Stubborn. He's definitely a stubborn dog, that's for sure. Very, very, very stubborn. To a point that I have made it abundantly clear that he and I are not friends. And he still follows me around everywhere. She came home from boyfriend and had a change of heart. We're happy, she's happy. That's the best possible news you could have gotten from that situation, actually. Very, very good. So he picks up from the husky side. Well, and what's funny is, like, he's such a baby. He's such a baby. Like, and he has no sense of boundaries at all. We took him with us when we went to my brother's for Christmas. And my brother has a smaller husky. And he kept creeping on her food, like trying to get closer. He knows he's not supposed to eat it, but he just wanted to see how close he could get. And so he kept creeping closer and closer and closer, and eventually she bit him, and they got into a little bit of a scuffle. And nobody got hurt. I mean, he got a little bit of a thing on his lip, but it's already healed up. But he's got no boundaries at all. He's socially awkward. To be fair, our other child is also socially awkward, so it kind of runs in the blood. Yeah, I was going to say, to be fair, Everett is in fact learning how to be much less socially awkward, thank the Lord. Yeah. Summer. Martin says summer here and snowing in Tasmania. That's crazy. I didn't. Well, the weather's always a bit wacky in Tasmania, though. We have fireworks here. It's not midnight yet. Fireworks already going off. That's why he is. Oh, that's why he's off the tube. Kayla, hello, love. Good to see you. Absolutely good to see you. So where's everybody coming in from for what? There's no way you can get up here. Mine is an Australian Shepherd, and he is exactly the same. Stubborn and persistent to the bone. And what's funny is that he's very well trained, but he's so dumb. He's so dumb. He'll do the dumbest things over and over and over again. And there's not seemingly nothing I can do to get him to stop. I can't train common sense into him. Can I? I don't think that will. I think then he'll just whine loudly from inside the kennel. He does want to be on my lap, but he's so huge. I'm coming in from Odessin, technically. Where is Odessin at? Florida. Jonathan's coming in from Florida. Lindsay from Belgium. Wow, I didn't realize we had a patron in from Belgium. All right. Well, brother, I just got done with a 12-hour drive and got another 10 tomorrow. Got to get some sleep. Happy New Year. I wish you all the success in the world and more. May God smile upon you. Kerry, I appreciate you dropping in, my friend. Be safe on your drive. I hope that wherever you're headed, it's for good times. Oh, this is... Oh, because you're playing Star Wars. Very funny. Fernando, hello. Upstate New York, USA. One of the most beautiful places in the world is in upstate New York. Now, New York City itself is dystopian, in my humble opinion, is scary. There are some beautiful old buildings, but New York City is scary. And it's such a contrast, because you go from New York City to upstate New York, and it's a massive contrast. Upstate New York is beautiful. I have honey turkey soup to warm up my insides. I think I need to post the recipe. At least the dog thinks so. I have a Beagle Spaniel mix. Beagle Spaniel mix, that's a loud dog. That is a barker there. Spaniels love to bark and Beagles love to bark. You got a big old barker there. Thanks you with a hug with all my tiny might. I'm out here in Arizona. I'm glad that you were able to drop in. How are you feeling, Kayla? Got you on lurk while playing some repo and waiting for New Year. I hope you have a great night and a wonderful New Year. Same thing for you, Ambrose. I hope that you have a spectacular New Year. We're going to be doing a little bit of reading, and then we're going to ring in the New Year for each of the time zones so that everybody gets to have a New Year with their loved ones. For anyone who's not necessarily with family for the New Year, I figured this would be nice. We were going to do this on Christmas, but we got home far too late. We misjudged the traffic. What? What? Just lay down. Does being uncomfortable make it better? I can't imagine how that would be. I can't imagine that that's the reality of it. My dad's from Rochester, New York. I'm trying to remember. It's been over a decade since I've been to New York. I think. Yeah, the place that I have spent the most time, and I don't even know if it technically counts as upstate New York, is Ithaca, Buffalo, and Syracuse. So Rochester is right in between those two, so it's the same general area. But yeah, Ithaca, Syracuse, and Buffalo are the three places I've spent the most time in New York. Which was not very long. I spent 2 days in actual New York City, which was terrifying. Raijin, hello. I saw you drop in earlier and I didn't say hello, but hello. I'm better. Actually graduated to walking with a cane again part-time. Well, that's good news. Glad you're feeling a bit better. Kayla, you're out in Arizona. That's where my friend Killshot is. She's out in Arizona. Michael, Prost, my friend. Slancha, I hope that you're doing well. Need to drink some of this because it's very full. As in 4.5, thank you, Frost. I appreciate you, brother. Well, the lady and I always try to at least put out like a story time during holidays because I know not everybody gets to be with family. Some people don't have family, and some people, they're working away from home, they're in school, something like that. So we try to at least put out a story time during the holidays so people have something to enjoy while they're away from family. Uh, but if we can, we do these live story times, and I prefer that when we can swing it. Not upstate New York. Okay, so then I've for sure driven through upstate New York, but they obviously haven't spent any time there. Then. Thank you, Bear. I appreciate you, brother. I'm being forcibly cuddled right now, being a human teddy bear for a friend with PTSD. Well, it's you're being very kind then. I really do view you as both a mentor and a friend, Castle. I appreciate that, Carl. You've been with us for a long time. Serenity, hello, hi, new to this. I'm new to this Facebook Live, and I'm happy this is my first Facebook Live. Is yours? Well, Serenity, very glad to have you. For anyone who is new, by the way, I am Castle, this is my tavern. Here we talk about myth and lore and tales of yore, and every now and again, I read you all a story. Um, we are in a tavern at the end of the world, where all stories eventually come to rest. And you have found your way here, because you sought a story. Nate, hello, my friend. Good to see you. Patricia, thank you kindly for the stars. Tips to the tavern keeper are always appreciated. Never required, but always appreciated. Thank you very much for that. But yeah, so for anyone who might be confused as to who I'm talking to, there over here on the side, you'll see a little bit of a combined chat everywhere except for TikTok. You'll see a combined chat, and it doesn't work very well. But we are on Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, Kick, and TikTok, so you can enter the tavern through your preferred portal. You are so loud. You're so loud. Yeah, he's like heaving against the blinds. Yeah, he's very heavily breathing on me. Kelsey, Val, hello, good to see you both. Welcome in. So very glad you could join us in the tavern for New Year's. About 30 miles from, yeah, that's probably farther north than I've ever been, Brenda. My second New Year with you, and I'm ready with a horn and mug of sparkling red grape juice. There you go. I actually found these really adorable little things of Martinelli's that the lady and I are going to drink on. Shirts come in. Yeah, how is the quality on them? Uh, wait. Matthew said he's been hanging on solely due to future castle smooches when our Viking raspberry shirts come in. Oh, I see. When they come in, let me know how the quality is, because again, we haven't gotten samples yet. So I'd like to know what the quality is on them. Which, by the way, for everyone, we have a sale going on in the tavern shop until the 7th. We do one sale a year, and it's at the end of the year. So it'll go on until the 7th of January. Sinomi, hello, I'm okay. I have the Blues damn colds winning. Well, let's hope we can warm you up a little bit with some tavern camaraderie then. Are you trying to be louder? Is that what you're doing? Are you attempting to be louder because I'm ignoring you? Don't do that. Lay down. Here, Schlutz. You don't need to be staring at me. Lay down. Schlutz, come on. Schlutz, all the way. He's doing it again. He's just suspending himself up on one paw. Lay down. You're good. It's all right. Get your butt away from the window. Good Lord. 22 minutes until New Year's. Val, thank you for the heartbeat. Nate, thank you for the heartbeat. Darth Nexus, Big Nate, my friend, thank you for the Go Popular and the heartbeat. Tips to the Tavern Keeper are always appreciated, my friends. Okay, so over on Twitch, friends, I want to pet him so bad. he is such a spoiled guy. Between his boy and the lady, he wants for nothing, I promise you. I mean, he wants my love, but he's not going to get that. So that's the one thing that he wants for. I like to make screw-ups. They're orange juice with 7-Up or something similar. Oh, so sort of like a screwdriver, but not quite the same. My mother said she liked to make screw-ups too, but that was just she was talking about me, though. Castle, I'm wearing my Viking raspberry. Yay! Bear's bringing in the New Year's with Viking raspberries. Okay, we're going to run our ads over on Twitch so that everybody gets an hour without them, so that we're not interrupted during the New Year. And then we will... we'll probably start reading for a little bit, and then we'll get ready to bring in our first ringing of the New Year. Just a crazy dog being extra. Yeah. Well, to be fair, he's always extra. He's always extra. He's incapable of being anything but. 20 minutes to midnight. Milo, hello! Welcome in. Good to see you. Alright, we're gonna run ads over on Twitch. Everybody else will still be able to hear me, but some of you on Twitch won't. We'll be right back. And ever since the voice chat after the Christmas Carol, I say we do that more often. I was thinking about doing office hours over in Discord, if I'm being honest. It's just so that anybody who wants to talk to me can have an opportunity, because I'm so busy, and we don't get to do the waffles as often as I know people would like. So, 3 hours and 20 to me. Well, you're on my coast, Matty, so you and I'll hit New Year's at the same time. Also, Castle, my beta readers that have finished my first book really love Berry. She is a very likable protagonist. The print is very good quality, and it's a very good fit, quite comfortable. Thank you, Bear. I appreciate the feedback. We're going to do what we should have been reading yesterday, which we're going to read Darkness at Sethenon by Raymond E. Feist. We are on chapter 13, which we're right at the start of the battle. So we are coming up on a very, very intense section of this. It should be very interesting for New Year's. We're going into what might end up being the first actual main character death of this book, which let's hope not, but very well might be. This chapter is 19 pages long, so it'll probably take us about an hour to read through it. So we'll get started on it as soon as our friends over on Twitch come back in, and then we'll go on for it. The song I'm requesting is The Tale of Cocolin. I don't actually know that one, Con. Let's see. Or I might. Hang on. Oh, by the Miracle of Sound. No, I don't know that one. Let's see. In the sodden snow of the Irish hills was born the Twatter's child, with a fighting heart and a mortal skill, and a spirit and fiery and wild. Through a prophecy he was bound and doomed to a short and glorious life, and he bore the name Satanta till his famous fateful night. With his hurley in his hand, his name would cross the land, but his uncle Connor, who wore the crown of Ulster on his head, in the home of Colin the smith sat down for mead and mutton and bread. At the door lay the Coo, the faithful hound, a huge and terrible beast. When the thief or enemy trod his ground, their bones became his feast. Well, Satanta joined them late at night, and the hound it leapt to shred. But he raised his hurley, plucked the ball right through the poor beast's head. He spoke remorse, as the smith he cried, what his lost and murdered hound. I will be your Coo, now from this night, till another you have found. So he lay outside the door, one eye watching on the moors, and the name Cocolin was sung out loud at night. in a tale of rage and ruin and of might. And the name Cuchulainn so furious and wild, to remain in myth and memory, a legend of the Isle. Oh boy, gonna test me. Cosuntor tredech, hul veglu, fiskel anku, constior terdech, fulde, fulve, fulvegalu, corach lan le Finnick, fiskel anku. That's neat that he's got Guelga in there, because this guy is Swedish, I think, if I remember correctly. But yeah, I'd not ever heard this one, and I completely wasn't paying attention to anything over in the chat. Sorry. It's almost 6 a.m. here on the 1st of January. Well, see, we've got friends in the future who've let us know that we're gonna make it. Have a happy New Year's Day, you all. I'm going to spend time watching action movies with my hubby. Sounds like a spectacular way to spend New Year's, Patricia. Thank you for joining us. It was wonderful to have you. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. Normally we do story times on Tuesday and Thursday if you would like to join us more for reading at any point. Let's see. Thank you, Frost. I appreciate you. Is Tales of Lodi. I have not been practicing any songs, I'll be honest with you, Matty. The lady and I have been so up to our necks in getting stories out that I haven't had time to practice anything. Petri said, hi, Master Castle. I hope you and the Lady Una had a good New Year during 2025 and are looking forward to 2026 with the rest of us here in the tavern. Beautiful, but I must leave you now. I left a small gift. Happy New Year to you and your family, Castle. Ashley, thank you for the star stuff. I appreciate you for that. You don't have to do that. What did you get? Hang on. What was your tavern fare? Dragonfire mead. I hope you enjoy your drink. Michael, you said 4:45 here in the UK. Appreciate you letting us know that the future is yet to come. Just remember, no one touch anything, right? If not friend, why friend-shaped? So many people just want to touch the not friend things. Touch the kettle pea, go on, you know you want to. Don't do that. Quit petting things that are friend-shaped. So many people are petting things that are friend-shaped. It's 4:45 here in Lisbon. The new year has arrived already. Well, Belinda, I see. Look, I don't think that I knew you were in Lisbon, Belinda, or I might have known that. Any which way, we've got so many friends in the future. Getting some hot cocoa. The lady and I have little bottles of Martinelli's, and she's got an Irish coffee over there. I try not to drink when I have other things to do because it burns up my throat. So if I have to do any amount of talking, it'll just absolutely torch me. Cindy, Happy New Year's to you as well. I hope that you're having a wonderful one. It's dragged to the bottom, yeah. That's another one I need to learn is Monkey Farts for Bear by Seamus Kennedy. All right, friends, we've got 10 minutes until 13 minutes until our first ringing of the new year. I moved to Lisbon back in 2023. Whenever I hear that anyone has moved in the last couple of years, it's so hard for me to think about because everybody was just so stagnant for so long. It's people moving to different. So wait, Lisbon is in Portugal, yes. My geography is not spectacular, so nobody roast me if I'm wrong. Lisbon is in Portugal, yeah. Vodka. I don't care for vodka, Michael. Monkey farts in the mother's lullaby. Lisbon, Portugal. Okay, so that's not bad. Happy New Year to you, Sydney. I hope that it's a good one. vodka water. Well, see, I always do my 2 parts hydrogen, 1 part oxygen. That's what's always in the glass. Just people moving geographically. Like, it's such an odd thing for me to think because everyone was so stuck, after the big cough. We were all in the same place for so long. It's just when people tell me that they moved, it's like how did that happen? But is Portugal is beautiful. There are a lot of really beautiful places in Portugal. I don't think I've ever been to Lisbon. I went to Portugal when I was very young with my grandfather, but I don't remember much of it. Everything I remember about Portugal, I remember from books. Erin, hello, hello, welcome in. Mom's feeding me heathen pizza. Oh, got all that pineapple on your pizza, huh? See, the lady and I are very particular about what we drink. We talked about this before. If we're going to drink it all, usually it'll be a cider or a stout. That's what we prefer. If it's just, a drink for flavor. If we're drinking for ceremonial reasons, it's usually whiskey. And occasionally, when she and I go out to eat, we'll share some soju or what's the other? What's the other one? Sake. Ozo. I don't know what Ozo is. No, that's not what I typed. Oh, I have heard this, or at least something similar to it, Matty. This is this is similar to this is similar to at least from my memory. It's got a similar flavor to Jägermeister, which everyone I know who drinks this and Jägermeister, they drink it to settle their stomach. So I don't actually even consider that to be a liquor. Um, I found it so weird when I came to the United States and people drank Jägermeister like a liquor because everyone who I know, all of my uncles and my grandfather, only ever drink it as like a stomach settler. So it's very confusing to me. I'm ringing in the new year with a hot bath and a hot toddy. Well, see, there you go. That's the right way. I usually enjoy drinking tea. The lady enjoys tea. I'm not a big fan of coffee or most teas. I just don't like drinking hot drinks in general. But if I do have a hot drink, I usually have a hot coffee or a dark tea if I'm going to have anything hot. Kova says Ozo is the devil. Ozo. Uzo? Uzo? How would you say that? Uzo. Okay, got you. 9 minutes. We got 8 minutes until the new year for our East Coast friends. Long O like in booze. Out of my head, Matty. Uller is really good as well. I don't think I've ever had Uller either. But then again, I don't keep track of the names of these things, so maybe it has a similar flavor to jet fuel. Interesting. Do you love a good amber? See, yeah, but I prefer a stout. If I'm gonna have anything, I prefer a stout. Like a good proper Guinness or another dark stout is the way to go. In my that's what the lady and I prefer. I like Earl Grey. I steep it until you can't see the bottom of the cup. Yeah, I'll do an Earl Grey. I'll do an English breakfast tea. Uh, Lisbon is beautiful and very old, with lots of history, some castles, museums, and sites. Yeah, Lisbon. For some reason I have Lisbon in the back of my head for a story, and I think it might have to do with a castle, but I don't properly remember. Ashley, I don't know. Ashley Cornish, I don't know if I said thank you for uh the stars. I appreciate you for that. Thank you kindly. Oh, dude, I've never caught you live before. Hello, hey, Dirty Loopy. Hello, welcome in. Yes, we on occasion we will pop in and do story time. Uh, TikTok used to love us going live, but not so much anymore. It's very rare for people to catch us live on for story time over on TikTok. Rachel Ray, thank you kindly for the stars over on Facebook. Tips to the tavern keep it always appreciated. Thank you kindly. Cover says, I'm primarily a beer drinker. Great Northern Super Crisp is my beer of choice. I'm brown in particular, since I can't have my Jack Daniels, I take Uzu 12. Though I do like me a good stout. It's just too hot here for stouts. Well, yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. 6 minutes, yes indeed. I'll have to brew a batch of coffee stout for you when you come to Australia to visit my castle. The lady will love you forever for it. TikTok's trying to remove us. TikTok. So when we first started doing Storytime, which was about 2.5 years ago, we would get somewhere between 50 and 300 people who would drop in on TikTok. And now it's nowhere near that. Like if we get to 20 people on TikTok, it'll be spectacular. And there's 60,000 people who follow us on TikTok. So at some point TikTok just shifted and they don't like what we do for Storytime anymore. Chamomile tea can be nice. It's 6 minutes till 11 p.m. here, still an hour till the new year. So what we're doing, Loopy, we're ringing in the new year, because I presently live in the United States, I'm on the West Coast. So what we're doing is we're ringing in the new year for every time zone coming back to me. So at 9 o'clock we'll ring it in for our East Coast friends, then at 10 o'clock we'll ring it in, and then 11, and then midnight. Guinness for winter, Kilkenny for summer. Fair enough. Shiner Bach from Hill Country in Texas is my beer. Highly recommend. Never had it before. I don't, and again, the lady and I aren't big drinkers. If we're gonna drink at all, we usually do it when we have like a meal with family or for ceremonial reasons. Shiner Bach from the Hill Country. Let's see. Oh, I have seen this beer before. That's a wonderful question. The window's open, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know. It's very warm. It's probably all the lights and the magic boxes running at full speed, keeping it nice and warm. Who is Kenny and why do the Irish want to kill him? That's a great question, Matty. Been asking that for 500 odd years. American beer is like making love in a canoe. America does not make very good beers. Now I will defend America on its whiskies. America does make good barrel whiskies, but yeah, there are not a great many good American beers. I will grant you that. To be fair, there aren't a great many North American beers either, because there are not that many Canadian beers, and the ones that do exist aren't very good, and there aren't a great many Mexican beers that are very good either. Down in Mexico, they like light beer. They like a very light beer, and I'm not a fan. There's not much else that makes less sense to me than light beer. Exactly. Guinness in any weather for me, mate. If I'm out, but my own if I'm home. Yeah, see, there you go. Alright, we got 2 minutes until New Year for our... Texas is basically its own country. And for anybody who is not from Texas, if you've never been to Texas, Texas is like the smokehouse capital of the world. Like if you want a dry rub barbecue, you go to Texas. That is what Texas does meat better than almost anybody else in the world. I've actually looked into why the US doesn't have decent beer, and it links back. Well, yeah, they the Irish and the Italians went real hard on bootlegging during Prohibition, and so it led to a lot of regulation on liquors that were made in the United States. So only the liquors that had reached a certain level of production, like whiskey and like rum and scotch. 39 seconds. I should get a clock. Hang on. Let me see if I can bring up a New Year's clock. It is, yes. Okay, I'm bringing up the New Year's clock from around the world. Let's see. This is not going to help. There we go. Eastern Standard Time. Happy New Year! I got there 26 seconds after it was on. All right. Happy New Year to our friends on the East Coast. Welcome to 2026. Did you all survive? Did you all make it into the new year? I'm relying on you to tell us the future. We have a startup here called 99 Bottles that has beer from all over the world. I love little gimmicky things like that. I know some people don't really care, but I love little things like that. Mark, Happy New Year, my friend. Welcome in. Rajan says Happy New Year from Florida. Still here. Are you still out in Florida, Rajan? I thought you were... Where did you move, Rajan? Because you used to be in Arizona. I thought you were in the Carolinas, weren't you? Light beer, low alcohol beer is like going to church and not praying. Yeah, more or less. More or less. Jonathan, Happy New Year, my friend. Val, Happy New Year. Okay, we got 58 minutes until Central Time. Should we read or should we continue waffling? That's entirely up to you guys. For now, I was stationed in Georgia. Oh, all right. Well, yeah, because I remember that you moved out to the East Coast. Did someone say Waffles? Lorenzo, hello, welcome in. So very glad that you could join us. Sam, hello. It's been a while since I heard your voice in stream. New Year's wishes to you in chat. It's very good to see you, Sam. So very glad you could join us. Happy New Year's to all of our East Coast friends. All right. Looks like I'm getting reads from quite a bit. Yeah, Arizona is the place you want to go if you want to cook eggs on the sidewalk. That's to be sure. You're being so whiny. I know, they're going boom boom. There's nothing I can do but got to lay down. America's favorite game, is it fireworks or pew-pews? Either if you live where I live, let's continue waffling. Read to the next New Year checkpoint, then waffles. This sounds fair enough to me. Guess what's coming soon? 2026. I'm just kidding, Sam. What do you got coming up? I've actually eaten sidewalk eggs. Don't do that. Yeah. I've seen people cook eggs on, like, outside things and then eat them and they get gross. Just don't do that. I cooked a pizza with a son. Like, if you want to do that, like, if you want to take and cook a pizza outside, inside of something, like a pre-made pizza, that's all right. You can do that. But outside of that, I don't cook things on the hood of your car. Don't cook things in your engine. Don't cook things on the sidewalk. All of that is a very bad idea. Don't do any of that. All right, friends, what we're going to do is we are going to read. We're going to read all the way up until the next New Year's ring. and then we'll waffle from then on, because I don't think anybody's going to be able to stay awake if I'm reading to them after 10 p.m. Happy New Year, Milu. I've got the clock up. We're going to be counting down. True, but my 20th surgery is coming soon. It's fixed on the 3rd, so I guess I can say that it's soon. That is coming soon, and we'll keep you in our hearts for when you go in. John, hello and welcome in, my friend. What about a ribeye cooked on? What are you doing? There's nothing. There's no way you can get up here. There's no way you can get up here. You're too big, and the chair is too small. I barely fit in this chair. We're definitely not going to fit in this chair together. What do you want from me? What do you want from me? There's nothing that I can do. You're on me now, and you're still whining. So what is the point? This is not helping you feel better, because you're trying to get farther up on me. Yeah, that's you moving the blinds. That's you making that noise. Castle, when Prohibition was repealed, the one thing that was left out was homebrewing a beer. It was Jimmy Carter who changed the law in 1978. Where is that coming from? Michael, thank you for the tip, my friend. Enjoy your house brew there. What? There's nothing that I can do. Where there is a will, there's a way. He's trying, but you're not going to be able to get up, bud. You're not going to be able to get up. Again, I barely fit in this chair. You're not gonna be able to get up. I'm sorry. Just lay down. Get out. Get down. He's trying his damnedest to get up here. You won't fit. You won't fit. Okay, now you're whining that I'm trying to help you up. Just put your legs right there. There you go. All right. Now shut up. He's on my lap. He's literally laying on my lap. Oh, I'm going to be covered in your hair by the time we're done here. And you're not going to stay because it's not comfortable. You're not going to be comfortable because there's no room up here. And you're just going to whine and wiggle, which is what you're doing. Yeah, who could have predicted that this would be the situation that we're in? Who could have predicted? Who could have guessed? Good lord. Okay, don't knock that over because then we're going lights out for everybody. Dad, Black Dragon's dog, yeah. For anybody who hasn't met him, this is Coda. He is a 90-pound Shepherd Husky mix. And he's utterly useless. He's not very smart. And he's not... Oh. He's like the Cowardly Lion, but with less courage. Alright. If 2020 was the big cough, then what was 2025? Oh, that's a good question. For us, I have to say, for the lady and I, 2025 was a spectacular year for the tavern. We've been doing the tavern pretty much for free for the last 4.5 years. And there are a lot of very generous folks who tip the tavern keepers and who buy, the adventurers' gear in the tavern shop, and who come and watch all of the things we do. But we've never tried to monetize what we're doing because we do it for the love of the stories and the love of the community. Yeah, there's no place for you to put that foot, bud. You're too big. And if you kick me, I'm gonna toss you. Keep Coda on stream and don't talk bad about him. He's a cool dog. I'm not talking bad about him. I promise you, I'm being 100% honest. I promise you, the only thing that I'm not doing is I'm not being complimentary. And if anyone who knows me knows that this is how I talk about everybody. If you have a problem, I will not be gentle and kind about it. Maybe you need a small sofa for nights like this for you and Coda. Yeah, well, I mean, we could technically do it from the small sofa over there, but he would just wiggle. He's not happy no matter where he is. He's the teddy bear of the tavern. He very much is the teddy bear of the tavern. Yeah, because he's up here now, and every time one goes off, he starts wiggling again. Yeah. Big old goofball he is. But 2025, especially the latter half of it, it's looking like the lady and I will be able to run the tavern full time by the end of next year. And it'll be without having really put forth any sort of, like, we don't take sponsorships, we don't do anything like that. And it's not something that we count, and it's not something that we really pay attention to, but I'm excited because this year we exceeded 200,000 tavern folk as far as the number of people who have marked the tavern on their map. And across everything last month or this month, we will have reached about 1.5 million people with tavern stories this month. And that's very exciting for me, because that means that what we're doing is loved, and I couldn't be happier about that. Now, that doesn't really translate to a whole lot as far as monetary value goes. For us to be self-sustained, the tavern needs to have like 10 to 20 million views a month, but we're trending towards that, and I'm very happy about that, because we don't ever want to be like, we don't ever want to beg for money, because I despise that about internet culture. Is you get people who come on and stream and they're just like, tip and give me all of this money for things. I'm sitting here playing a video game, give me all your money. I just don't like that. I don't care for it. I know it's a part of the culture. I know folks like, I know that I'm being haughty about it. I know that that's me. But I am happy that we are trending towards the tavern being self-sufficient and us being able to make better and bigger stories over as time goes on. Because the lady and I would like to do animated stories, and we would like to do longer versions of the stories that people love. And, you know, every year we do, I don't know how many of you know this, but every year we sort of sort through a collection of traditional tales. So every year we'll tell the same stories for seasonal stories like Yuletide and Samhain. We'll go and we'll tell same sort of stories, but we cycle through them, so we're not telling the same stories every year. But we have like a pool of traditional stories we tell every year, and we try to tell them different or in a different medium every year. That's as comfortable as you're gonna get, kid. There's no more room. Again, I barely fit in this chair. But because of all of the love and support that you guys give, we were classified as educational content now on TikTok. So TikTok pays a ridiculous amount of money for educational content, which is weird. I never thought that would be a thing, but they pay very well for educational content. So anything we get that blows up on TikTok, we get paid very well for. We have a very high RPM over on YouTube, so any of the long form things that we put out, we get paid quite a bit on that too. So you guys just showing up and watching what we do has made it so that it's possible for the tavern to exist. And we appreciate the hell out of you guys for it. And of course, use and refer to my copy of the note. Yeah, I don't have a copy with me, but I appreciate you for shouting it out, Bear. And I'm glad that you enjoy your tavern gear, Bear. I appreciate you. I just finished it. It ended so well. Are you talking about Stranger Things, Erin? I'll be honest, with the very little I've heard about it, I don't know how they're going to manage to wrap it all up, but when it's already some guy a few days ago reported me for having sexual content warning, apparently. I said it was because I have no filter, but it was ridiculous. I got reported for warning when I'd get banned if I didn't. Interesting. They wrapped it up. Well, that's a shock. I'll have to watch it for myself and see how they did. All right. But anyways, the lady and I had a really good 2025, and it's looking like 2026 may be the year that we trend towards the tavern finally opening. Uh, Now, obviously, it's not going to happen next year, but it'll be more of a reality next year. And it might. Who knows? The tavern might go worldwide next year and have absolutely incredible things happen. But the one thing I do promise is that next year, early next year, I will have Twisted Fates ready for you all, and the lady and I will put out at least 2 books next year. More if we can, but at least 2 books next year. I promise that here and now. That is my New Year's resolution. Stop wiggling. There's not enough room even for me here. Well, there are stranger things to start 2026 with. Terrible joke. Terrible joke. All right, friends. Let's get into story time. Everyone settle in. Grab a seat. Sorry, my internet went out. That's all right, Ashley. I hope that everything's okay. I also started the year and ended the year with you guys. That's something I'll raise a glass to. Or you might very well be immortal, Sam. Don't question it. Don't jinx it. All right. All right, so when we last left off, Mermandamus was about ready to raid the fortress of the Armengarians. And this is where Arutha and his party currently are. And they're trying to have a few of them escape to get messages over the hill so that they can get reinforcements. And again, to everybody who has tipped the tap, thank you kindly, my friends. Michael and Ashley and Patricia and Rachel, thank you all for the love. And Val, Nate, and Dark Nexus, thank you guys so much. I appreciate you for that. Castleberry's trilogy is being dedicated to the tavern. I appreciate you for that. Matty, you don't have to do that, as you're the one who put in all the work, but you fill me hot. All right, let's begin. Chapter 13 of A Darkness at Sethanon. First Blood. Trumpets sounded. Amengarian bowmen looked out upon the host that stood ready to assault the city. For 6 days they had waited for the attack, and now it was underway. Again the goblin trumpeters sounded the call, answered up and down the line by their horns. Drums beat, and the order for the attack was given. The line of attackers rolled forward, a living wave ready to beat against the wall of Armengar. At first, they moved slowly, then, as those in the van began to run, the host surged forward. Guy raised his hand and signaled for catapults to loose their deadly missiles upon those beyond the wall. Stones flew overhead in a high arc to crash upon the attackers, goblins spraying over the bodies of fallen comrades. This was their third assault upon the city since dawn. The first attack had broken before they had reached the wall. The second had carried the attackers to the moat, but there they had broken and run. They came forward until they were at the limit of the archer's range. Guy ordered the bowmen to fire. A rain of arrows descended upon the goblins and the Moridale. Hundreds fell, some dead, others wounded, but all were trampled under the boots. What are you doing? You cannot stand up on my lap. Do not even try. Just calm down. It's okay. Relax. This is where you wanted to be, so you need to hold still. A rabbit chewed the adapter cord. I had to find a replacement. Great. Wonderful. Have a good New Year's, folks. I know you just started reading, but slumber awaits. Good night, Michael. I appreciate you, my friend. Rest well. I'm glad you were able to drop in. We'll see you again for story time at another day. Have a wonderful night. Thank you for joining us for New Year's. 42 minutes till our next ringing of the New Year's, friends. You think we can get through a whole chapter? Let's see. And still they came forward. Orders were given, and scaling ladders were brought up, to be placed upon heavy platforms thrown across the moat. The ladders were raised, only to be pushed back by long poles. In futile effort, the goblins were again and again seeking to climb the ladders while death rained down from above. Guys signaled, and buckets and cauldrons of scalding hot oil were poured down upon the attackers. The rain of stone, arrows, oil, and flame became too intense for the attackers to survive. Within minutes, trumpets sounded from behind the lines, and Myrmidamis's forces were in full retreat. Guy ordered a ceasefire. He looked down at the litter of bodies below, the castle hundreds of dead and wounded. Turning to Amos and Arutha, he said, "Their commander is without imagination. He wastes lives." Amos pointed to where a company of Moradel sat atop a hillock, observing the assault. "What he does is count our bowmen." Guy swore. "I must be slipping. I didn't see them." Arutha said, "We've gone without sleep for 2 days. You're tired," Guy said. "And not as young as I used to be." Amos laughed. "You never were." Armand de Sivny came up and reported, "There's no activity along any sectors, and he redoubts along the back of the cliffs. Report nothing of note behind us." Guy studied the setting sun. "We'll be done with him for this day. Order the companies down in turn and get them fed. I want watchers on one of the 5 this night. We're all tired." Guy walked along the wall to the stairs leading downward, the others following. Jimmy and Locklear came hurrying up the stairs wearing leather armor provided by the Armand Guardians. Arutha said, "Pulling first watch?" "Yes," said Jimmy. "We traded a couple of fellows we met." Locklear said, "The girls are on first watch too." Arutha roughly tousled the grinning Locklear's hair and sent him after Jimmy. "We've got a full-blown war raging around us, and he thinks of girls." Amos nodded. "We were once young. Though, be hard-pressed to remember that far back. Still, does remind me of a time when I was sailing down the lower Keshian Delta, near the Dragonlands." Arutha smiled as he headed for the common kitchen. Some things had not changed, and Amos's storytelling was one of them. And at this time, that was a welcome fact. "Romeo, hello, welcome in. Good reading. Well, thank you kindly. Grab your seat. Juno Rain, thank you for the follow over on TikTok. Welcome in. So very glad that you could join us. You've marked us on your map. You should be able to find your way back. Romeo, grab a seat, settle in. We'll be going until midnight my time, which is another 2.5 hours at the very least. Alright, stop your wiggling. I've got a 90-pound dog on my lap, for anybody wondering who I'm talking to. A 90-pound baby, I should say. A baby whiner. It's on your arm. Alright, where was I? The second day, the Moradel and Goblin host attacked in the morning and were beaten back without difficulty. Each time only a single thrust was made, then a retreat. By late afternoon it was clear the besiegers were settling down. Near sunset, Arutha and Guy watched from the wall, and Amos came running towards them. "The lookouts on top of the citadel see movement across the plains behind these lights. Looks like a bulk of Myrmidamis's army on the march. They should be here by midday tomorrow." Guy looked at his 2 companions. "It'll take them a full day to get into position, so we gain 2 more days. But the day after tomorrow, even as dawn comes, they'll hit us with everything they've got." The third day passed slowly, while the defenders watched thousands of Moradel soldiers and their allies take position in the camps about the city. After sunset, moving lines of torches showed that new companies were still arriving. Throughout the night, the sound of marching soldiers filled the dark, and Guy, Amos, Arutha, and Armand repeatedly came to look out upon the sea of campfires across the plain of Armangar. Castle Sam has been here for a year too, really now. Well, happy tavernversary. We're glad to have you, Sam. Huh? You can borrow me for a sec. Hang on. I gotta. Give me a second. I need to go and speak with the lady friends. I'll be right back. I'm gonna have to take this dog off of me. All right. Connor is well cared for. And now we can get back to stories without him kneeing me in the manhood. Dimples, Happy New Year, love. Good to see you. Hope you and Digger are doing well. Good night, Mary Beth. Rest well. I hope you rise tomorrow ready to conquer a brand new year. All right. And thank you, Ashley. I appreciate you holding up the bar over on TikTok. All right. Let us continue, my friend. Where was I? But the fourth day came, and the besieging army only settled in, seemingly willing to bide their time. For the entire day, the full army of defenders held to their places upon the walls, waiting for the assault. Near sundown, Arutha said to Amos, "You don't think they're trying that Surani trick of attacking at night to divert our attention from sappers?" Amos shook his head. "They're not that clever. They want Ferguson's boys, because they don't have the engineers. They've got sappers' tunnels under these walls. If they've got sappers' tunnels under these walls, I'd like to meet those lads. They'd have to eat rock-eating gophers. Now they're up to something, but nothing fancy. I just think that his grand bastardhood has no sense he's got trouble here. That arrogant swine lover plans to overrun us in one attack. That's what I think." Guy listened, but his good eye was fixed upon the mass of enemies who camped up the plain. At last he said, "We gain another day for your brother to get the stone mountain, Arutha." Martin and the others had been gone 10 days now. "There is that," agreed Amos. They watched in silence as the sun set behind the mountains. They remained watching until darkness had completely taken hold. Then slowly, they left the wall to eat and, if possible, rest. Morning, Happy New Year's, Dimples. I hope you and Digger had a wonderful New Year's Eve. Just a second, friends. I'm checking the clock. We have 22 minutes until the next ringing of midnight. Ravensborn, Happy New Year to you as well. Welcome in. Heather, hello, Happy New Year's. Thank you kindly for the tips to the tavern keeper. Deeply appreciated. So very good to see you. All right. Milu started the worship of the chair tonight. Did she? You guys are something else, I'll tell you that. Something else. Uncle Scooby, I hope you and Mrs. Scooby have had a happy new year. We're ringing them in one at a time. I survived the cat hunt at 2 a.m. Very good, very good. 12:38 here in Pennsylvania. So you missed us ringing you in, but you'll be back. Want ads over on Twitch again already? Esther, hello, welcome in. Happy New Year to you. All of our friends in the Upside Down have already let me know that we make it to next year, so we're all good friends. We're all good. All right, Twitch friends, we're going to run ads again because they are requiring that we do so. So we'll do that real quick so that we don't miss out on our next ring-in. Cheers to the brand new year filled with endless possibilities. Wishing you all the joy and success in 2026. Let's make it unforgettable. I agree. I intend for the tavern to be bigger and grander than it ever has been this year. with more stories, better stories, bigger stories than have ever been told before. That is the tavern guarantee. All right, we're going to run ads real quick, friends. 3 minutes, and then we'll be back for more stories. My roommates want me to go socialize. I'll try to check back in after a while. Tyson, all right. Go have fun with your friends, brother. Yeah, I will be honest. The lady and I are very excited about what we have coming in the new year. At the very least, we'll have 2 books done. I plan to have at least 1 done in the first quarter of next year. I don't know exactly which one I will have finished, but for sure we'll have 1 done in the first quarter of next year, and then we'll have Twisted Fates started. I'm hoping as early as the first month of in January. I'm hoping to have it started next month. Just so many things kept cropping up with equipment failures and then cameras failing and then the magic box going out. And then it just put me off. Hopefully, we have none of that in the new year. Fingers crossed, knock on wood. Toss a penny over your head, throw the salt where it goes. Whatever needs to be done. Hopefully, we have none of those issues in the first quarter of next year, and I can get you all your first tavern book. I made it in time. I just need to grab my mead. Get it. And Heather, thank you kindly for the roses. I appreciate you for that. Tips to the tavern keeper, always appreciated. Okay, so I'll message you the second book once I get a scene, a few lines fixed. That should take a few days deepening. Either way, I'll send it once I'm done. Spectacular, good to hear it. I'm going to need to step out even with not working. I still have to be up early. Happy New Year's to all the tavern family. I will be back for the next story time. Next story time will be tomorrow, Frost. So have yourself a good night, brother. Rest well, and I will see you tomorrow for Harry Potter. We're going to do two days of story time in a row. The first time in forever. And again, once these 2 books are done, we're going to have to vote on what we're going to do for the readathon. And then I think probably the end of January, maybe, we can plan to have the readathon up and going. May the rose petals rain down upon you and your victorious new year. I am very much looking forward to 2026 being a spectacular year for the tavern. I think that we may actually be able to manage, and don't quote me on this yet, but if things continue the way that they're going, we may be able to manage our first ever tavern festival this year, and at the very least a tavern gathering somewhere. Who knows if that'll actually happen, but I think that if things keep going the way that they're going, we might be able to manage. Wait, so is Michael J. Reynolds as Mad Mick? Oh, I wish I'd have known. So readathon, Heather, I don't know if you've ever been in for the readathons. Readathon is what I read every day for a certain amount of time. And you guys can keep me reading longer by doing certain things. And then we do that up until we run out. 5 stream streak. Thank you kindly for the support. Scooby, I appreciate you, my friend. Oh, and my birthday is only 19 days away. We'll have to do something special then, won't we? But yes, we try to do 1 readathon a year. We didn't do one last year because we had so many issues. But we'll do a readathon probably the end of January, beginning of February. They typically last about a week. And traditionally, we do Lord of the Rings. We'll start out with The Hobbit, and then we'll go into the Lord of the Rings, and we'll do a bit of the Silmarillion. Now, whether or not that happens again this year, that'll be entirely up to all of you. But I have a feeling that that'll probably be what we end up doing, as that's what we did the first time, and that's what we did the second time as well. So this will be our 3rd annual readathon. Although one year we did also do, I don't know why I have this on my desk. Well, one year we did also do the Phantom Toll booth at the start as well. I love to do the Phantom Toll booth, but it wears my voice out because the voices for Phantom Toll booth are ridiculous. Jaeger, Happy New Year, me son. I'm glad you dropped in. All right. Looks like ads are done over on Twitch, so we're going to get back to reading, friends. We've got 15 minutes until the next rigging. So let's get this chapter, let's get as far into it as we can. I think we have 15 odd pages left. Yeah. All right. At dawn, a thunderous cheer erupted from the besieging host, a mixture of shouts, shrieks, and a rattle of drums and the blowing of horns. But instead of the anticipated attack, the van of the army opened and a large platform rolled forward. It was moved by the strength of a dozen giants, the tall, hairy creatures pushing it effortlessly. Upon the platform rested a gold-encrusted throne, upon which sat a single Moradel dressed in a short white robe. Behind him crouched a figure whose features were hidden by a bulky robe and a deep hood. The platform came toward the wall at a leisurely pace. Guy leaned forward, his arm resting upon the blue stones of the wall, while Arutha stood at his side, arms crossed. Amos shaded his eyes with his hands against the rising sun. The seaman spit over the wall. I think we're finally meeting the Grand Royal High Bastard himself. Guy only nodded. The company sub-commander came up and said, Protector, the enemy takes position opposite all sectors of the wall. Any attempts to reach the mountain redoubts? Guy indicated the section of the cliff behind the citadel. Armando reports only weak thrusts towards the outposts and the rocks. They seem unwilling to claim the fight. Guy nodded and returned his attention to the field. The platform halted and the figure on the throne stood. By some act of magic, his voice filled the air, heard by everyone on the wall as if he were standing only a few feet away. Oh, my children, he said, hear my words. Arutha looked at Amos and Guy in wonder. For this, Mermandamus spoke music. The very sound of his words were etched with warmth, the warmth of a lute's melody. We share the destiny of tomorrow. Stand in opposition to fate's will, and you will risk utter destruction. Come, let all differences be put aside. He signaled, and a company of human riders came trotting up to stand behind him. Here you can see, with me already are those of your kindred, who understand our destiny. I welcome all who will willingly serve. With me you shall find a place of greatness. Come, let us put aside the past. You are but my misguided children. Amos snorted. My old Paul was a scoundrel, but that's an insult. Come, I welcome any who will join me. His words were sweet, seductive, and those on the wall exchanged glances and unspoken questions. Guy and Arutha looked about, and Dubas Tira said, There's art and power in his voice. Look, my own soldiers are thinking maybe they won't have to fight. Amos said, Ready the catapults! Arutha stepped beside him. Wait! What for? Asked Guy. So he can sap the resolve of my army. Stall for a time. Time is our ally, and his enemy. Mermandamus shouted. But all who oppose, those who will not stand aside, and who block our march towards destiny, those shall be crushed utterly. Now the tone of his voice carried a warning, a note of menace, and those upon the wall were visited by a feeling of utter futility. I give you a choice. He stretched his arms away from his body, and his short right robe fell away, revealing a body of incredible power. With the purple dragon birthmark clearly seen, he wore only a white loincloth. You may serve, have peace, and serve in the cause of destiny. Servants ran forward and quickly fitted his armor to his body. Iron plates and greaves, chain and leather, a black helm, with an upswept wings of a dragon on either side. Then the human riders moved away, and behind, a full company of black slayers could be seen. They rode forward and assumed their position about Mermandamus. Mermandamus took up a sword and pointed it towards the wall. But if you resist, you will be obliterated. Choose! Arutha whispered in Guy's ear. At last, the protector shouted, I may not order any to quit the city, but we must meet in Volksrath. We will decide tonight. Mermandamus paused, as if the answer was unexpected. He began to speak, but was interrupted by the serpent priest. With a curt gesture, he silenced the priest. Turning back toward the wall, Arutha imagined he could see a smile below the eye guards of Mermandamus's black helm. I will wait. At first light tomorrow, open the gates of the city and come forth. You will be embraced as returning brethren. Oh, my children. He signaled, and the giants pulled back the platform. In a few moments, he had vanished into a huge host. Lake Lady, hello, hello. Thank you kindly for the heart, me. Appreciate you. Tips to the tavern keeper always appreciated. Look, I already said it. I'll be there. Stop tempting me with my face. Just Jody, hello, welcome in. Happy New Year. Realistic reactions. Good to see you as well. I'm so sorry I didn't say hello when you all dropped in. We have 8 minutes until the next. All right. Let's see. Still have almost 14 pages left. No, not 14. 13. We have 13 pages left. All right. So we'll ring this in, and then we'll finish this chapter, and then we'll waffle for the rest of the evening, I think. Did that dude seriously try to intimidate a surrender by getting dressed? Yes, he did. That is right up there in Mermandamus's wheelhouse. I'm glad each of you chose to enjoy another sunrise, sunset. You are loved by someone, I promise. Leg Lady, what a wonderful message. Yes, indeed. Each and every one of you who is here. It is indeed a beautiful thing that you are with us still. And I cannot say enough how absolutely happy we are to have you all with us. Another day, another year, another lifetime. I'm going to jump into a Winnipeg stream for midnight. I'll be back. Do it! We'll see you when you get back. I wish I was there for a Happy New Year, just like Thor in a dress. I think you probably would have been bored down here for New Year's, since this is what we're doing for New Year's, Jaeger. But we would have loved to have had you. Any which way. I'd throw rocks at him, preferably with something that can propel him at great velocity. Yeah, I see. This is one of those things where because they know he has great power, I think they didn't bother to attack him because unless they could do some severe damage, it wouldn't have been worth what they could have saved in time. Castle, is it normal okay to change species names in a fantasy name if they need a bit more clarity at a glance? How do you mean, Matty? How do you mean? Like a trebuchet, right? You You should really make a bar that looks like that. That's the plan. Right now, the tavern goes with me wherever I go. She follows me about, but someday we'll get her doors back open again, and it'll look spectacular. The lady will design something absolutely stunning when we finally get the doors open. For now, the tavern is wherever the stories are. Like if I change one of the species Tracthelin to Satorix for clarity on what they are. So you're saying that the Tracthelin are they're satyrs? Is that why you're clarifying? Dragon's Moving Tavern. Brewery Tavern, right, tavern. Well, who knows? We might have a brewery as well. We'll see what happens. All right, folks, we've got the Brewery Tavern, the Black Dragon Brewery. All right, friends, we've got. Let's see, where are we? Central Time. We got 4 minutes and 11 seconds until it's New Year. Lalana South, thank you kindly for the rose. Tips to the tavern keeper are always appreciated. Castle's Flying Tavern. If we could have a flying tavern, I'll tell you right now, I'd have it in a second. Jaeger's Meats and Meads. I'd go there. I'd eat there. Would you eat at Jaeger's Meats and Meads, Lovey? For sure. Without a doubt. You alright? Mead, yeah. You gotta have it. Celebrate with you, huh? You're the guy. Well, I don't know if I'm necessarily the guy, but we are a grand place to be for a celebration. That's for sure. And welcome in, Ziggs, because for anyone who is new, because I do know we have a few new folk in. Again, I am Castle. This is my tavern, and here we talk about myth and lore and tales of yore. And every now and again, I read you all a bedtime story. You have stumbled into a tavern at the end of the world where all stories eventually come to rest. And you found your way in here because you saw her story. Yes, we are on late. We're going to be on all the way until midnight my time, Esther. I have a few names. Yes, okay. I have a few names like that. I keep forgetting what they are at times. So, if you have something that's based on a real world race, I would say just do it. Just name it that, because if you switch it up for no reason and it's something that already exists, it's going to confuse people as well. So unless you're creating your own race, then I would say just make it what it is, and so that people don't get confused by it. I know it's my choice, but my brain is like, is that even okay to do? So if you want to make it simple for everybody, just make it something that's very easily relatable, and then if it's not, then make it something that is distinct, but something that you made. It is a late one, Esther. It is a late one, but I know a lot of folk don't have. I know a lot of folk don't have family for story time for New Year's. Some people are away from their families. Some people don't have family that they can spend it with, so they can spend it here with us in the tavern. Are you English, good sir? I am not English. I'm probably the most anti-English you could get. Technically speaking, I'm an American because I live in America and I'm a citizen of America. But I grew up in Ireland, so about as far from England, about as far from English as you can get. Then a toast to my tavern keeper and our family. May you never be low supply. In your stories or cheer. I'll drink to that, Heather. I'll drink to that. Okay, we've got 50 seconds. No, not now. Shut up. The phone's just like, all right, 50 seconds. I didn't even call on you. How did you know that? What were you doing? It's trying to invade my privacy. Not that we have any privacy these days. Uh, and may our lives have the magical stories we can bring you. Okay, here we go. Central Time. It's going to be New Year's for you in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I took a little bit too long. Sasha, Happy New Year's to our Central friends. I forgot I had an alarm set for 10, so that was fairly on time there. I only hope that I am not too old to travel to the physical tavern when it comes to life. If you are too old to travel to the tavern when it comes to physical life, Bear, I will build you a sarcophagi to ship you over here. We'll build you a hyperbolic sarcophagus to shift you in. That's Heather. Heather, Happy New Year! How are things from the future? Are they looking bright? Are things looking well and good over there? Mark, Happy New Year, my friend. Shout out to you, Big Bud. Thank you, Zeke. I appreciate you, my friend. And for Ashley as well. Ha ha! Happy New Year, my friends. Very glad. All right, next up we have Mountain Time. So we got 1 hour till Mountain Time. Hey, Mad Mick. Mad Mick. I'm calling you Mike. Mad Mick. A nice Barossa Shiraz to bring in the new year. Yeah, why not? So I'm sad if there's a tavern meetup. Why would you be sad if there's a tavern meetup? Nah, you'll be fine, Matty. A lot of that is hyperbole. Don't believe a word of it. A lot of that is hyperbole. You'll be fine. Isn't New Year in spring? Well, it depends on who you ask. That's me, Mountain Time. Lalana, we're gonna have you in 58 minutes. Absolutely loud and proud and magical. Absolutely. I'll vouch for you to come in, Matty. Don't you worry about it. Nah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We'll make sure you can get here. If you want to come to the tavern when the time comes for us to have festivals and whatnot, technically for New Year, so New Year is an interesting thing because in different places it's different way. Klein, hello. I'm not going to even try to pronounce that because I don't even know if that's Hawaiian. It looks Hawaiian to me. That Polynesian dialect. Hauoli Makahikiho. Did I get it? How was that? Was that close? Bobby, hello. Alas, my age defeats me. Good night, sir. Good night, Mark. I'm glad you were able to join us, my friend. Happy New Year. I hope you have a spectacular start to the new year. And we'll see you in the new year, because I'm not there yet. We'll see you in the new year for more story time. Yeah, absolutely, Matty. Absolutely. As long as you haven't committed any crimes. And even then, as long as it's not a bad crime, I'll still vouch for you. When the tavern becomes real, I demand a cookie swap. I don't see why not. I don't see why not. You did great on the pronunciation. I did my best. You don't need to flatter me, but I did my best. Believe na wa ur. Believe na wa ur. It's not a crime unless there is a conviction. True enough. True enough. I mean, to be fair, Matty, some of the conversations you have are against the Geneva Convention, to the best of my knowledge. Some of the things you and the ladies talk about over when you're doing. Bobby says, cookie swap, I'll participate. Yeah, I don't see why not. Happy New Year's, Dick. It's good to see you, my friend. My Sith has both kinds of body counts. Great. Jaeger knows how to hike backcountry, Matty. You'll make it one way or another. Yeah, see, we got smuggler Jaeger. You get Jaeger's meat and smuggling. Very good on the pronunciation. I have not out loud spoken Welga in ages. The lady and I are going to go and start relearning this year, because the last time that I actively spoke Welga, and again, my family's dialect is a little bit different from what is spoken in standard in Ireland in general. I have not spoken Welga out loud with people who also speak it in almost 20 years. It's been a little bit more than 20 years, actually. You're the one I celebrated New Year's with? Well, we're glad to have you. Love your streams. Happy New Year. Justin, absolutely exceptional to have you, my friend. I hope you have a happy New Year and a successful year to back it all up. All right, let's get back to reading, friends. So, Careful, if I was on the run from a band of bandits and raiders, and I needed a place to hide out, and I come across the Black Dragon Tavern, you come on in. We've said before, all of the drama and things, all of that stays at the door. We're basically like a cathedral, but with more booze that you don't have to drink in tiny cups on Sunday. Yeah. The lady just giggles and goes, yeah, right across from me. I might try to make a layover in LA for a few on my way to Athens then, if I can afford it. Yeah, I don't see why not. The lady and I we're about an hour away from the largest airport in California, so. I mean, I don't know if we'll be here when you do that. We're planning on moving at some point, but we'll be here for a while. Yeah, she's giggling over there. My tanker is getting empty. I need to fill it up. Get it full. We've only got 2 hours left until we're all in the new year. Johnny sends his warmest wishes for an incredible new year to you, Castle. May this new chapter be filled with joy, adventure, and endless possibilities. And the same for you, Esther. I hope all of your book writing and photography and all of those things go well for you in the new year. And I hope you and Elsie and your kitty cat and Johnny, I hope you guys have a wonderful, spectacular 2026. Yeah, Kaiju, my friend! Hello! How are you feeling? I expect it's H2O in the tavern mug. It is. I'll be getting spicy later and having sparkling cider. But for now, yes, it's water. Where I was going... How... I'm gonna mute the mic. What did you think I was saying? Hang on. Not that kind of spicy. In all seriousness, thank you for being here. You and the lady being here have gotten me through long nights and tough times. I bless both. But I will be honest when I say that it is our privilege to do so, Heather. We very much are glad that you all trust us so much to be a safe place, not in the 20th century sense, but a safe place where you all come and you invest your respite, right? Where you all enjoy your free time. I appreciate that this is a place that you trust to come and enjoy, free of the dramas and dogmas and politics of the outside world. You all come in here and we enjoy a story and we talk about storytelling and we talk about writing and we talk about lore and myth and history. I love that you all feel safe enough here to do that. Doing well, getting worked up for the second transplant list. Fingers crossed it happens in 2026. Fingers crossed, brother. We'll raise all of the glasses, all the prayers, and all of the things that we possibly can. Because we can't live without Uncle Kaiju. That's just the reality of it. Oh, he's also getting spicy later, too. Spicy later in the sense that I'm drinking juice instead of water, is what I meant. Yeah, Matthew, of course. Just let us know what you're doing. Zeke, what I always drink is 2 parts hydrogen, 1 part oxygen, which is water. If I didn't drink water during these long stints of chatting and reading, I would probably lose my throat entirely. I didn't know I needed to hear that until I heard it. Thank you, brother. I know it's been a while since we've seen you, and I worry about you all the time. There are a lot of you who have gone through rough times with us here in the tavern, and I. She did mean the other spicy though. That's what she thought I was saying. Uh, Maybe you should fast. Uh, I mean, I do on occasion, as just a part of my normal routine. But I'm glad that you're still with us, Kaiju, and I'm gonna keep all of the prayers and good intentions up that will have you for a good long time after this. So I also want to thank you for all the support and help you, Nuna, and the tavern have given me. I likely wouldn't have a book done without your guys' guidance, or have the courage to have started streaming, and we're all grateful for it, Matty. Hex, hello, my friend. Hey, Castle, Happy New Year. I just wanted to thank you both, you and the lady, for being such a positive influence in my life. And thank you for just overall being yourselves. Look, you guys are gonna make me blush and cry and all kinds of things. You don't want a big blubbering man like me weeping into a book, alright? I'll look like the worst side of book talk. Stop it. Maybe you should fast with your water. I'm too stubborn to go anywhere, plus I have too many books to read. It's fair enough. You gotta get through that to be read list before you can go anywhere. God or God, wherever you're going, it's not gonna take you. Like you got too many to read. You're back there. And I really like shout out to all of the barkeeps too, for all of you who hold up the bar and who help with comments and things. This year and this year has been, especially the last few months, have been overwhelming. The tavern has been getting over 1,000 comments a month. And so for those of you who come in and help answer questions and keep people occupied during the story times and for the recorded story times, I appreciate the ever living hell out of you guys. It's been really, because it's just the lady and I here. All of the stories we put out, all of the live story times, that's all us. That's all just the lady and I. And so for the barkeeps who help us hold up the bar and keep all of the patrons entertained, thank you so much for the time you commit to the tavern. It means the world. What happened when the Jedi that licked a toad? He got Star Wars. Thank you for that, Scooby. I don't think any of us could have made it through 2025 completely without having heard that. I bought me a Bartesin for the holiday. It's an alcoholic Keurig, basically. That is very funny, Bobby. An alcoholic Keurig is a wonderful thing. Just 1,000, new goal 1,500. Don't lick that toad. Yeah, don't lick that toad. We appreciate you and the beautiful lady. Thank you, Ashley. Yeah, you guys are. We don't deserve the greatness that is the patrons of the tavern. You guys are wonderful. And yeah, we went from 6 months ago. We were getting about 200 or 300 comments across everything to between November, between October and December, we got over 5,000 comments, and most of them are positive. I'd say it's like 85% positive. If any of you who have been in the comments of any tavern video, you know that some people get a little bit haughty, but for the most part, it's all been positive, and I'm grateful for that. You know, you can't be on the internet without some people being negative. We're used to that. I am grateful for the fact that 85 to 90% of the comments that we get are positive, inquisitive, sharing in the conversation, enjoying the environment, talking about culture and history and myth. I absolutely love that. It blows me away, and the lady and I love that. You've had a positive impact on my life and my writing, so thank you so much. And I'm glad to hear it, Petra. Anything that you guys do is you, and I'm glad that we've had any amount of impact at all. I hope I'm helping now how I'm needed. That's my only worry as a barkeep. You hold up the bar, and that is absolutely all that is required, Matty. You're very welcomed. It's an honor and a privilege, and thank you to the bear. Not only holds up the bar, but between the bear and Ashley out here hawking books and merchandise, you guys are helping to raise the bar funds. Speaking of which, the reindeer pee video, I had to try hard not to laugh out loud. Yeah. I thought you guys might like that. I thought you might like that one. It's not like a one-to-one story, like that's not a direct inspiration, but the it was a fun thing that I thought you guys might enjoy at the end of the year. A little bit of lightheartedness. Helping out how I'm needed, that's my only worry as a barkeep. But I do keep an eye out to protect the tavern folk and the lady. That's all the barkeeps are required. Yes, 100%, it's a beautiful community. I agree. What's the book explain? So this book, the book that I was talking, that Bear is talking about, is the Festival's book. This book is it's the fourth book in a series called the Rift War Saga. And in a short description, it is a Egyptian, Mesopotamian, Japanese inspired culture from another world invades an English, Scottish, British style uh, world. And then they spend 3 books fighting, and the main characters are a prince and a young kitchen boy who becomes a magician. That's that's really it. Fictional. Yes, this is fictional. Very fictional. Very, very fictional. Bear and I are the Tavern Mafia. Very much so. The first few books were brilliant. Yes. Um, as I've said before, I probably never would have read Magician on my own if the tavern had not voted on it. Because all the things for story times you guys vote on. I don't pick any of the books, you guys pick them. It's a very slow. Magician is 2 books in one. It's Magician Master and Magician Apprentice. It's a very slow burn. It's like 250 pages before the story really gets going. And it's well written, the characters are very likable, it's very interesting, but it's a slow build up to the actual plot. And I probably would not have read it myself if it had not been on Storytime, but I'm glad that we did because it is absolutely spectacular. It is so good. It is well worth reading. If you have not read it all the way through, you can actually go back over on the YouTube portal. They're all still up. And you can listen through all the way to the end if you want to. Or if you want to read it yourself, you can pick them up fairly cheap. And during the readathon, we're probably going to give a few books away as well. So we'll see how that goes. Weather update. Apparently, our 4 inches overnight is turning to 6 to 8 inches of snow overnight in our area. Look, you can't complain about getting an extra 2 to 4 inches, right? Am I right, everybody? Speaking of spicy jokes. Funniest thing, you always upload videos when I'm talking about an adjacent topic on my channel. That's funny. That is very funny. Castle, do you like spooky military tales experiences? I like stories of all kinds. Scooby, now, most of you only ever hear me talk about like folklore and history and mythology. But the lady and I, we talk about conspiracy theories, we talk about cryptids, we talk about urban legends. I like stories from all over the world. I have literally hundreds and hundreds of gigabytes of stories from all over the place. Uh, Sounds like an anime version of the Black Cauldron. The book is false. What about the book is false, Zeke? Oh, when is the readathon? So I can make a note. When these books are done. So when we finish Harry Potter book 7, and when we finish Darkness at Sethinon, I'm gonna read both of these books out, and then once those are done, will then do the readathon. So probably I would say aim for the end of January, beginning of February. It's going to be very early in the year. I'm going to power through these books in January, and as soon as these are done, we'll probably take a week break from doing story time, and then we'll do the readathon just so I can have a little bit of time to like get ready for it. You want to read the most ideal information? Is that ideal information in our world? It's a great question. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the context of the question is, though, Zeke, uh, I got a copy of Tales of Grid Square by Nick Orton. It's a collection of soldiers' supernatural and spooky experiences. Send me the name through a message, Scooby, so I can remember it. Either over in the guild or wherever you have me. Just send me a message so I can remember it. Because I actually do like some of the like spooky supernatural ones. I do every now and again. I'll do like a more modern story. Like I did the WoW signal a little while back. Didn't reach a whole lot of people, but occasionally I'll tell a more modern story just for the fun of it. So, because one of my playthroughs on Star Wars, on my Pure Evil Sith, I'm wondering if it's possible to write a story that's effectively villain versus villain. Of course you could. Sin Author, hello, good to see you. Welcome in. Thank you for the bits. Tips to the Tavern Keeper are always appreciated. I read, yes. I forgot my rule again, and now all I can smell is chocolate milkshake. There are worse things to smell. All right, let's get back to reading, friends. Tales from the Grid Square is good to go. Never heard of it, but I'm more than happy to give it a look. I've been reading. I don't know if anybody would even care about this, but the lady actually got me the light novels for the Overlord series, which Overlord is an anime and a manga, but she got me the light novels, and I've been enjoying the light novels of that. They're very good, and that's something that's a little bit more modern. That's more my personal. Yeah, they're like military folklore and like spooky encounters, I guess. I was saying the books we read are voted. Oh, thank you, Ashley. I appreciate you for that. So one villain would basically be the protag. So does that mean they're the? I wouldn't try to frame it that way because a lot of times we'll try to be like, oh, the lesser of two evils. Just let them be two evils. There doesn't need to be a greater or lesser of the two evils. You just frame it in this is the goal of the protagonist and this is the goal of the antagonist and this is why they clash. They don't need to be good. They can be two completely evil people doing completely evil things, and you don't ever have to worry about justifying which one is better. You could even have your main protagonist be the greater of two evils. And then in their way is this other evil. Yeah, write them as evil as you want and make them the reason why they're butting heads is because they have their goals are contrary to each other. The lady and I watched an anime a little while back called To Be Hero X. And it's really good because it's what the boys should have been like. The boys had a lot of potential, and it just fell flat for me. I know a lot of people like it. You're welcome to like it. The writing and the performance just really fell flat for me after season one. I already didn't enjoy it because it was very shock value, and I don't like anything that uses shock value in place of storytelling. But the world had potential, and I like what's his name, Lovey? What's the guy's name who is in Carl Urban? Never mind. Anything that has Carl Urban is a god. I love Carl Urban. I'll watch him in anything. But To Be Hero X had this really interesting setup where no one was really a good guy and everybody is kind of a bad guy and everybody's like kind of selfish and out for themselves, and it does a really good job of setting it up so that that's how the whole world is, and it's just very, very, very good. Gotta treat your girl right. Absolutely. Always. Alright, where was I? Uh. Guy shook his head. The Volksrad will not do anything. and I will knock down any fool who thinks there's a single shred of truth in that monster's words. Amos said, Still, we're going another day. Arutha leaned back against the wall. And Martin and the others are only one day closer to Stone Mountain. Guy remained silent, watching as the morning sun rose and as the besieging army stood down, returning to camp, but still isolating the city. For hours, the Protector and his commanders just watched. Torches burned brightly all along the wall. Soldiers kept vigil on all fronts, under the command of Armand de Sivney. The bulk of the populace assembled in the great market. Jimmy and Locklear had crowd. They found Krista and Bronwyn and moved alongside the girls. Jimmy began to speak, but Krista motioned for silence as Guy, Arutha, and Amos stepped onto the platform. With them stood an old man dressed in his brown robe. That appeared as ancient as its wearer. He held an ornate staff, incised with scroll work and runic symbols, along with his entire length. In the crook of his arm. Who's he? Who's he? Asked Locklear. The lawkeeper, whispered Bronwyn. Hush. The old man raised his free hand and the crowd became silent. The Volksrad mates. Hear, then, the law. What is spoken is true, what is counselled is hated, and what is decided is the will of the folk. Guy raised his hands above his head, and he spoke. Into my care you have given this city. I am your protector. I now counsel this. Our foe awaits without and seeks to gain with fine-sounding words, what he will not gain by strength of arms. Who will speak to his cause? A voice from the crowd said, Long have the Moradale been enemies of our blood. What service can we take in their cause? Another answered, Still, may we not hear again this Myrmandamus? He speaks fairly. All eyes turned towards the lawkeeper. The lawkeeper closed his eyes and was silent for a time, and then he spoke. The law says that the Moradale are beyond the conventions of men. They have no bound with folk, but in the 15th year of the Protector Barkansmund did meet with one called Turnanolor, chieftain of the clan Badger Moradale, and the vales of his bandy. And a truce during Banapis was established. It lasted for 3 midsummers. When Turnanolor vanished in the Edder Forest, during the 19th year his brother, Skavskor, became chieftain of the clan Badger. He violated the truth, killing the entire population of Debrius Kroll. He seemed to evaluate the traditions as he knew them. It is not unprecedented to listen to the words of the Moradale, but caution is urged, for they are treacherous. Guy motioned towards Arutha. This man you have seen, he is Arutha, prince of the kingdoms, that once you counted an enemy. He is now our friend. He is a distant kinsman of mine. He had had dealings with Myrmandamus before. He is not of Armangar. Will he be given voice in the Volksrat? The lawkeeper raised his hand in question. A chorus of affirmation sounded, and the lawkeeper indicated the prince could speak. Arutha stepped forward. I have battled against this fiend's minions before. In simple words, he spoke of the Nighthawks, of the wounding of Anita, and of the journey to Moralin. He spoke of the Moradale chieftain Marat, who was slain by Baru. He spoke of the terrors and evil seen, old-fashioned by Myrmandamus. When he was done, Amos raised his hands and spoke. I came to you, sick and wounded. You cared for me, a stranger. Now I am one of you. I speak of this man Naruto. I lived with him, fought beside him, and learned to count him friend for 4 years. He's without guile. He was as generous a heart, and his words can be counted as bond. What he has said can only be the truth. Guy shouted, "What can our answer be?" Swords were lifted and torches brandished as a chorus of shouts echoed across the great market. No! Guy waited while the host of Armangar cried out their defiance to Momondamus. He stood with hands fisted, black gauntlets held high above his head. While the sound of Armangar's thousands washed over him, his single eye seemed alight, and his face was alive, as if the courage of the city's populace was sweeping away his fatigue and sorrows. To Jimmy he looked a man renewed. The lawkeeper waited until the din died, and then he said, "The Volksred has decreed the law. This is the law. No man will quit the city to serve Mermandamus. Let no man violate the law." Guy said, "Return to your places. Tomorrow the city begins battle in earnest." The crowd began to disperse, and Jimmy said, I didn't doubt this would happen for a minute." Locklear said, "Still, the Dark Brother with the beauty mark has his way with words." Bronwyn said, "True, that we have fought the Moradil since the beginning of Armangar. There can be no peace between us." She looked at Locklear, a serious expression on her pretty young face. "When are you to report?" he said to Jimmy. "Jimmy and I have duty at first light." She and Krista exchanged glances and nods. Bronwyn took Locklear by the hand. "Come with me." "Where?" "I have a house we may stay in tonight." Firmly she led him away from his friend, through the evaporating press of the Volksrad. Jimmy glanced at Krista. "He's never," she said. "Neither is Bronwyn. She has decided if she is to die tomorrow, she will at least know one man." Jimmy thought for a moment. "Well, at least she's picked a gentle lad. They'll be good for each other." Jimmy began to move and was halted by Krista's restraining hand. He looked back to find her studying his face in the torchlight. "I've also not known the pleasures of the bedchamber," she said. Jimmy suddenly felt blood rise in his face. For all the time spent together, Jimmy had never been able to get Krista off alone. I guess he won't have that problem now. The four had spent hours together, and with some mock passion in dark doorways. But the girls had always managed to keep the two squires under control. And always there had been a sense that it was all somehow play. There was a more serious note of approaching doom and a desire to live more intensely, even if only for one night. At last he said, "I have, but only twice." She took his hand. "I also have a house we may use." Silently she led Jimmy away. As he followed, he was aware of the new feeling inside. He felt a sense of inevitability of death, but it had been etched in bold relief against his desire to affirm life. And with it came fear. Jimmy squeezed Krista's hand tightly as he walked with her. Heather, thank you for the heart me. Digger, thank you for the 2026, my friend. And for all folks who have tipped the tavern keeper, thank you kindly, friends. I appreciate you for that. Have I missed anyone? Bobby Blauhausen, Happy New Year, brother. May the changing of the tide bring you prosperity and never find you without your spear. Thank you kindly, my friend. I appreciate you for that. I appreciate you for dropping in as well. Thank you kindly. Alright, I haven't missed anything. This is a very awkward and strange love scene. Feist, his love scenes kind of come out of nowhere, and they do tend to be a bit awkward, that's for sure. All right, let's continue. That's all right, Heather. Don't worry about it. You are quite all right. All right, let's continue. Let's see, how many pages do we have left? I think we have. We've got just. We got about 9 pages left, so let's barrel through it, shall we? Couriers raced along the wall carrying messages. The Amangarian tactic was simple. They waited. As dawn broke, they had seen Momandamus ride forth, his white horse prancing as it moved back and forth before his assembled host. It was clear he waited for an answer. The only answer he received was silence. Arutha had convinced Guy to do nothing. Each hour gained before the attack was another hour relief might be coming. If Mermandamus expected the gates to open or a defiant challenge, he was disappointed, for only the sight of silent lines of Armangarian defenders atop the wall greeted him. At last he rode forward. He stood at the midpoint between his army and the walls, and again by arcane arts, his voice could be clearly heard. Oh, my reluctant children, why do you hesitate? Have you not taken counsel? Do you not see the folly in opposing? What then is your answer? Silence was his only reply. Guy had given orders that no one was to speak above a whisper, so that any who attempted to shout taunts would be halted. There would be no excuse for Mermandamus to order an attack, one moment before necessary. Again the horse pranced in a circle. I must know! Shrieked Mermandamus. If an answer is not forthcoming by the time I return to the lines of my host, then shall death and fire be visited upon you. Guy slammed a gloved fist against the walls. Damn me if I wait 5 more minutes. Cut boats! By signal he ordered them fired. A hail of stones the size of melons arced overhead and came crushing down about Mermandamus. The white stallion was struck and collapsed in a bloody shower. Mermandamus rode free and was struck repeatedly by stones. A wild cheer went up from the walls. Then it died. As Mermandamus regained his feet unmarked, he strode towards the wall until he was within bow range. Spurn my liquorous and my bounty. Refuse my dominion and no destruction. Archers fired, but the bows bounced away from the Moradel as if they were enveloped in some sort of protective shell. He pointed his sword, and a strange, dull, explosive sound came in a blast of scarlet fire shot forth. The first blast erupted along the edge of the walls, and 3 archers screamed in agony as their very bodies exploded in flames. Others ducked below the wall as the blast after blast struck. With the entire force of defenders crouching, no further damage was sustained. With a bellow of rage, Mermandamus turned to face his army and shrieked, Destroy them! Guy glanced over the crenel and saw the Moradel striding away while his army poured across the plains past him. Like a calm island in a sea of chaos, he walked back towards the waiting platform enthroned. Then Guy ordered the war engines loosed, and a rain of destruction began. The assaulting forces faltered, but regained momentum as they approached the walls. The moat had been cluttered with debris and platforms from earlier assaults, and again more platforms were thrown across the water. More scaling ladders were lifted, and again attackers swarmed upward. Giants ran forward, pushing odd-looking boxes, some 20 feet on the side and 10 high. These rolled on wheeled platforms, and long poles extended in front and rear, bumping up over the rough terrain and fallen bodies. When they were near the wall, some mechanism was triggered for the poles to move under the boxes, lifting them upward to a level with the top of the wall. Suddenly, the fronts of the boxes fell forward, forming a platform, and goblins came swarming to stand upon the walls of Armengar. With rope ladders, they were lowered from the boxes so more invaders might climb up. At dozens of points along the wall, this tactic was repeated until hundreds of Moradale goblins and trolls fought in bloody hand-to-hand combat with the defenders of the city. Arutha dodged a blow by a goblin and ran the green-skinned creature through, causing it to fall screaming to the stones of the bailey below. Armengarian children ran forward with drawn daggers to ensure the creature was dead. Everyone who could serve in the battle did so. The Prince of Crondor ran past Amos, who struggled with a Moradil, each holding the other's wrist. Arutha hit the Moradil on the head with his hilt and continued to move along the wall. The Dark Elf staggered and Amos grabbed it by the throat and crotch and lifted and tossed the creature over the wall, knocking down several more attempting to climb a ladder. He and another defender then pushed the ladder away from the wall. Jimmy and Locklear dashed along the wall, dealing blows where needed to win past attackers who sought to slow them. Reaching the point where Guy and his command, Jimmy said, "Sir, Armand says there's a second wave of those boxes coming forward." Guy turned and took to his defense. The walls were being swept clear of attackers, and almost all the ladders had been overturned. "Poles and burning oil!" he shouted, and the command was passed along the wall. Then the second wave of boxes rose to the wall along the poles. Pole arms and spears were used to hold the falling front sections up, though several attempts to do so failed. But those who were held were followed by leather bags of oil which were tossed by strong-armed Amangarians upon the sides of the boxes, and they were fired by burning arrows, and quickly the boxes were ablaze. Screaming attackers jumped to their deaths below rather than burn inside the boxes. Those few companies of Moradale who gained the walls were quickly disposed of, and within an hour the first assault, the retreat, sounded from the field. Arutha looked about and turned to Guy. The Protector was breathing heavily, more from tension than from the fighting. His command position had been heavily defended, so he could issue orders along the wall. He looked back at the prince. "We're lucky." He rubbed his face with his hands. He said, "And that fool sent both waves at once. He could have cleared a section before we knew what to do. We'd be retreating through the streets," Arutha said. "Perhaps. But you've a good army here, and they fought well." Guy sounded angry. "Yes, they fought well, and they died damn well too. The problem is keeping them alive." Turning to Jimmy and Locklear and several other couriers, he said, "Call officers to the forward command. Post 10 minutes, he said to Arutha. "I'd like you to join us." Arutha washed his bloody arms in fresh water provided by an old man pulling a cart full of buckets, and said, "Of course." They left the walls and descended the stairs to a home that had been converted to Guy's forward command post. Within minutes, every company commander and Amos and Armand were in his presence. As soon as everyone was there, Guy said, "Two things. First, I don't know how many... Oop, got ads plaguing us again. Hang on a second. Okay, I'm headed to bed. Much love to the tavern folk. Happy New Year all. Good night. Good night, Bobby. Rest well. And a Happy New Year to you as well. Shadow, I'm glad you're still hanging in here with us, brother. I know it's late for you. You're 3 in the morning already. 2 in the morning. First, I don't know how many such assaults we can safely repel, or if they have the capacity for another like that. Had they been a little more intelligent in their use of those damn boxes, we'd be fighting them in the streets now. We may repulse a dozen such attacks, or our next could finish us. I want the city evacuation begun at once. The first 2 stages are to be finished by midnight. Horses and provisions to the canyons, and the children made ready. And I want the final 2 stages ready at my command any time after. Second, should anything occur, the order of my command after me will be to Amos Trask, Amon Desevni, and Prince Arutha. Arutha half expected the Armangarian commanders to protest, but without a word they left to begin work. That was ordered. Guy interrupted Arutha before he could speak. You're a better field commander than any in the city men, Arutha. And if we must quit the city, you must find yourself in charge of one portion or another of the populace. I want it known that you're to be obeyed. This way, even should one of the local commanders be with you, your orders will be followed. Why? Moving toward the door, Guy said. So that perhaps a few more people of my people can get to Yabon alive. Come along. Just in case, you should know what we're planning here. The second major assault began while Guy was showing Arutha the deployment of units in the citadel. Against the fall of the city proper, they rushed back to the walls, while old men and women were rolling barrels through the streets. As they reached the outer bailey, Arutha saw dozens of barrels being placed at each corner. They reached the top of the wall, finding heavy fighting along every foot. Blazing boxes teetered in the breeze a short distance from the wall, but no company of Moradel or goblin or troll had safely passed the parapets. Gaining his command post, Guy found Amos supervising the deployment of reserve companies. Without waiting for Guy's request, Amos began relating the situation. We've had 2 dozen or more of those box contraptions rolled out. This time we shot them full of fire arrows and heaved oil after. So they went up farther away from the walls. Our lads are peppering them heavily. Should they take measure this time, this unholy bastardness is fit to be tied. He pointed to a distant hill where Mermandamus sat. It was difficult to see, but there was a vague hint the Moradel leader was less than pleased with the assault. Arutha wished for Martin's hunter's eye, but he couldn't quite see what Mermandamus was doing. I love listening to you. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, Lalana. Mick, thank you kindly for the love, my friend. It's good to have the madman in the house. Rest well and have yourself a wonderful night. We've got another hour and 13 minutes here before we're at our end. But it's only 13 more minutes till the next ringing of the new year. So everyone settle in. Then Amos shouted, Down! Oh, down! Arutha crouched below the Merlons. On the wall, as Amos' warning was echoed by others, and again scarlet fire exploded over their heads. Another blast followed, then a third. A distant sound of trumpets could be heard, and Arutha chanced a glimpse over the wall. The surrounding army was in retreat, heading back for the safety of their own lines. Guy got up and said, Look! Below them, incinerated corpses lay, smoking from the blast of Mermandamus' mythic flames. Amos surveyed the damage and said, He doesn't take too kindly to defeat, does he? Arutha studied the walls. He's killed his own soldiers and done little harm to ours. What manner of enemy is this? Amos placed a hand upon Arutha's shoulder. The worst kind. Insane. Smoke covered the field, and the defenders almost collapsed from fatigue and lack of clean air. Large constructions of wood and brush, fashioned in such a manner as to allow quick ignition, had been brought forward on wagons and placed before the walls. They had been set afire and had sent up a foul black smoke. A different manner of scaling had been attempted. Long ladders set atop platforms. Companies of goblins ran forward carrying these. To the defenders it seemed the wall of black smoke had obscured the air. Then suddenly a ladder would loom out of the smoke before them. While they vainly tried to push it aside, the fixed ladders, attackers swarmed up them. The attackers wore cloths over their mouths and noses, treated with some mixture of oils and herbs, which could filter out the smoke. Several positions along the wall were overrun, but Arutha helped direct the reinforcements, which soon pushed the attackers back. Guy had ordered naphtha poured down upon the fires, causing them to explode beyond the ability of the attackers to control. Soon an inferno blazed at the base of the wall, and those upon the platforms and ladders were left to die in the burning agony. When the fire had at last died out, not a ladder was left intact. The late afternoon sun sank behind the citadel, and Guy motioned Arutha to his side. I think they're done for the day, Arutha said. I don't know. Look how they stand. Guy saw that the attacking host had not retired to the camps, as they had before. Now they reformed in attack positions, their commanders moving before them, directing replacements into the line. They can't mean to attack at night, can they? Amos and Armand had approached. Why not? Said Amos. The way they're throwing their men at us, it matters little who can say who. Silly swine lover doesn't give a spit about who lives and who dies. It'd be pure butchery. And they may very well wear us down. Armand surveyed the wall. The wounded and dead were being carried to the infirmaries and set up within the city. We've lost a total of 320 soldiers today. We may find the number higher than all the reports are rechecked. That leaves us with a standing force of 6,225. Guy swore. If Martin and the others reach Stone Mountain in the fastest possible time and get back here as fast, it will not be soon enough. And it seems our friends out there have something planned for tonight. Arutha leaned upon the stones of the wall. They don't seem readying for another assault. Guy looked back towards the citadel. The sun was now behind the mountains, but the sky was still bright. Banners and torches could be seen on the plain before the city. They seem to be waiting, Guy said. Have company stand down, but feed them at the forward position. He and Sivney left without ordering a sharp watch. There was no need. Arutha remained on the wall with Amos and felt some strange sense of anticipation, as if the time for him to play his part, whatever that would prove to be, was rapidly approaching. If the ancient prophecy told him by the Ashapians and South was true, he was the bane of the darkness, and it would fall to him to defeat Marmandamus. He rested his chin on his arms. Upon the cold stones of the wall, Amos took a pipe and began filling it with tobacco, humming a sea shanty as they waited. The army beyond was cloaked in darkness. Lucky no, said Bronwyn, pushing the boy away. Looking confused, the squire said, But we're off duty. The tired girl said, I've been running messages all day. Same as you. I'm hot and sticky and covered in dirt and smoke. I don't want you to lie with me. Locklear's voice betrayed a note of hurt. But last night? What's last night? Said the girl gently. That was something I wanted, and I thank you for it. But now I'm tired and dirty and not in the mood. Everyone's had that conversation, yeah? Oh, we've only got 5 minutes until ads, and we've only got 8 minutes until next midnight. All right, we're gonna take a Timothy Norris. Thank you kindly for the heart, me, my friend. Tips to the tavern keeper always appreciated. Okay, we've only got 4 pages left in this chapter, so we're gonna pause this here. I'm gonna get some more water. Give me a second, because I'm all out. Give me just a moment, friends. And we're going to ring in that new year. Here, we're going to run these ads real quick, actually, so that we don't run out of them. We got our mountain time friends are gonna get their ringing here in a minute. Is it still doing that? How long is it gonna do that?
I looked it up and it can be anywhere between 20 minutes and over an hour.
Really? Yeah, well. I'll tell you, friends, I am not made for sitting this long. I'll tell you, Matty, I'm a bad person to ask that question for. Matty says, do my love scenes come off as awkward? Or do they come off as Matty is enjoying this too much? Because it's mostly crazy in book 1, they'll breed in book 2 and 3, kind of. Well, you'll see. Let's just say I don't describe it in detail outside how Barry is like, I'm looking anywhere else since I keep walking in on her busy. So, again, I'm a terrible person to ask this because I find most love scenes in books and film and television to be entirely unnecessary and feel like I've sort of walked in on something private. So I don't enjoy love scenes in books or films or television. It's fine if it's implied. I just don't. It's very difficult to make a love scene or a sex scene. It's very difficult to make it story relevant. Yeah, embrace the fade to black is my philosophy on the whole thing. Thomas, hello! Good to see you, my friend. Happy New Year. We're going to be ringing in another one here in just a minute. We're going to switch over to the clock here. We've got 3 minutes and 11 seconds to the next ring in. But yeah, I don't like most love scenes because it's very difficult to make a sex scene relevant to anything. Like, a lot of times it's just gratuitous. It's just there for shock value, and I don't like shock value in storytelling. If you're going to shock me as a point of storytelling, it's lazy storytelling. Shock value is lazy storytelling. Thomas, it's good to see you, my friend. I haven't seen you in a while. I'm glad you dropped in. Yeah, I am a big fan of, if you're going to do a love scene at all, let it be a fade to black. Let it be heavily implied, and then fade to black. And then you can have like an awkward moment after if you'd like, because that can be story relevant. But unless you're going to find a way to make the scene story relevant, I always say just exclude it. Unless you're writing spicy novels, in which case then go wild. But I don't read those sorts of novels, so I couldn't give advice on that front. I know your focus is more the story, but just in general, that's how they will almost always come off to me. All right, let's see. I think we're done with ads over on Twitch. All right, friends. Our next ring-in is coming. We've only got one more after this. We've got 90 seconds. I completely agree about this. Yeah. It's very difficult to make it relevant to any story. And anything that is put into a story that is irrelevant, I think is bad storytelling. Now, there have been very few occasions where you can make it story relevant, but it's very difficult to do. Scooby said, I actually like when authors do this, like when the two characters are having very emotional, personal moments, and then they fade to a scene to black and kind of leave the room for the reader's imagination. Yeah, I think that's a very powerful storytelling mechanism, and I think that it's underutilized in writing today. Authors today love to tell when they should show, and they love to show and tell when they should leave it up to the imagination of the reader. Just a little bit too much. Clever plot twist is a good shock, and yeah, the fade to black, that's to really use their imagination. Right. I think that if you are relying too heavily on explicit things, whether that's violence or sex or whatever, it's lazy writing. Alright, here we go, friends. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year to all of our friends in the Mountain Time Zone. Another group of you has made it to 2026. We're right on your tail. We're going to be there in an hour. Happy New Year to Lalana and to any of our other friends who find themselves in the Mountain Time Zone. Happy New Year. There's a pregnancy. Well, and again, those things are fine, but in general, it's very hard to make something explicit work in the story because it's usually just superfluous. Molly, hello. I don't know how long you've been in for, Molly, but it's lovely to see you. I'm glad you could join us for the new year. Belinda, Happy New Year! Well, Belinda, it's been New Year for you for a while. With that, I'm going to take my leave. Thank you for a beautiful night and a wonderful New Year. Ashley, I appreciate you holding up the bar over on TikTok. Thank you kindly. John T, Happy New Year, my friend. I'm glad you were able to spend some of it with us. To all of our mountain dwellers and hill tribesmen, yes indeed. Like Act 1 is Auntie Riri, Act 2 Breed, Act 3 Berry. Right, and again, you can use that as a plot motivator, but explicit scenes, in my opinion, are always awkward. And so, that's why I'm saying I'm a bad person to ask that question to, because my opinion is that they are always awkward. I have yet to read one that wasn't awkward, and I have yet to really see a TV show or a movie that it was plot relevant. All the love to you and Una, and Ashley is sending all of the love. Loving. Thank you, making not only mine, but Matthew's 2025 amazing. Have a wonderful New Year's Day. You as well, Ashley. We look forward to a brilliant 2026 serving as your storyteller. Absolutely spectacular. Foxy, my friend! Hello, brother! Long time no see. You beautiful bastards, you. Hello, I hope that you and the lady are doing well. It's not quite New Year's for us yet. We still got an hour to go before the lady and I are in 2026. But Happy New Year's to you, brother. It's good to see you. I hope that you and the lady Violet are doing well. Happy New Year, Kayla. Are you at Mountain Time? Happy New Year's to you. The lady and I still got an hour to go. I like to just gloss over the details, but still put them in. I think of it as they did it, but you can put it in. You can put in the spicy details. Happy New Year's from the future. Thank you kindly. I'm glad to know that you all made it to 2026. I find the only reason why Hollywood uses love scenes or more to the point sex scenes is to sell more tickets. After all, the only time they do this is with a movie actress who is considered a sex symbol. Hollywood. Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why I find it lazy. Like if it's in games, if it's in movies, if it's in any of those things. Kaiju says, can confirm 2026 does in fact happen. Thank you for sending us your information, your newscast from the future, Kaiju. I appreciate you, brother. Sending all the love and hugs to the Ashley, off to bed with you, love. Give Mateus a big kiss from all of us. The first kiss of 2026 comes from the tavern. And yes, Scooby, that's 100% it. Sex sells. I probably shouldn't be saying that. I'm gonna get flagged on TikTok. This old guy needs. Happy New Year's to all. This I assume needs to go to bed. So if you're off to bed, John T, good night, my friend. It was good to have you. Go rest well. Thank you for sticking with us. We got us another 15 minutes until the lady and I can go to bed. Speaking of, could a shapeshifter be okay to use for a same-sex relationship, having kids, asking for Barry and Fi? That's another one of those things where it's really up to your discretion, Matty. It's been a marketing tactic for years. It really has been. Foxy, I hope that you and Violet are well, my friend. It's been so long. Hope you had a great one, Chub. You deserve great happiness. We've been having a great go of it, my friend. You and I need to play something at some point. We need to have a chat. It's been a long time. Look who's talking. Calling people sexy when you got all that going on over there, brother. Yeah, we need to get together and play something sometime soon. It's been too long. Since you don't stream anymore, I don't ever get to see you. I just don't want to feel like I'm hand waving it. Basically, yeah, it's one of those things where no matter what you do in instances like that, nobody's gonna be happy with how you do it. You flagged? I don't think so. Shield Maiden's a symbol. You'd be surprised how often people report my videos and the live story times, Heather. It happens so often. And it's really just because there are some folk who I rub the wrong way. Whether either they don't like my voice, they don't like... So we get some folk who just get rubbed the wrong way and they go on tangents. We have one person who just for some reason doesn't care for us, and they go through and we get one dislike on every video we put out on YouTube. It's hilarious. We shouldn't play something soon. I'm sure the time will come. There's a casual game called Species Unknown. $10 if you want to join us on that sometime. It's next week. It's new. Yeah. Can you? I don't think you're in my Discord. But send it to me in a message if you could, brother, so I'll remember. So just roll with it and keep the implications I've got going already for it. Yeah, I would say that for now, until I have a chance to look at it more specifically, I'd say that. It's like Phasma, but space like alien movies. Oh, that's fun. I played Phasmophobia when it came out, and that was really it. Some people are contrary just for the sake of being contrary. Yes. Well, and I get all sorts of people who get very upset by because I don't ever take a stance on anything. I just tell stories. And that upsets some people. Some people they want me to agree with them. Like I'll get some people who get very religious and very political. And I know when I say that, everybody thinks like, oh, this side is doing it. I get it from all sides. Like literally, I get barraged from all sides with politics and religion and all of these things. And people want me to take a stance on something, and I'm like, I'm just here to tell stories. If you want to come and get to know me personally and have a conversation about these things, sure, fine. But I'm not going to argue with random strangers on the internet about ideologies and dogma and doctrine and drama and all of this bollocks. I don't have the time or energy for it. I'm too old. I'm 1 foot in the grave as it stands. I'm not going to spend my time arguing about it. There's some folk that are just not happy unless they're unhappy. That's fair enough, Bear. That's true. That's really the truth of it. My time on social media has taught me that. And like I said, like we've been doing this for 4.5 years now. And again, probably 15% of the comments we get are negative or what one might call troll comments or people just being abrasive for no reason. If I get something wrong and somebody corrects me, I count that as a positive comment, not a negative one. So 85% of the comments we get are positive, and for me, I take that as a win. That's absolutely beautiful and exceptional to me. I love that. Okay, so send you book 3 when it's done, regardless of the state, so you can tell me if it works. All right, we'll take a look. They want you to join them because that reinforces their own views is correct. Right. Well, I'll get people all the time, especially when it comes to talking about Norse mythology, because a lot of people don't understand Norse mythology and its sources. A lot of people don't. And most people don't, because there's a lot of pop culture around Norse mythology. Gabo Forge! Hello, my friend. Good to see you. They like their wings with a little extra weak sauce. Yeah. To be honest, TikTok doesn't like me either. My laptop is banned, but my cell phone is not. It's such a weird thing. It's such an odd thing. TikTok is so temperamental. I had to step on someone on YouTube. Yeah, I saw that. And that's the thing. Is like, it's so weird. It's so weird Like I'll get folks who come in who are uh, very religious, like Christians, who'll be like, "Oh, you're going to hell because you're talking." I'm like, "Dude, mate, this is just a traditional story. This is just a story. It's a historical thing that was told." But then I'll also get people who are like, "Oh, you badmouthed Odin. He's going to step on you." I'm like, "Well, it's a good thing." I don't know. I was about to make an inappropriate joke, but I get this stuff from both sides, and it's insane. I just bought a book on Norse mythology for me and Mrs. Scoops to read. Be very careful with books you buy about Norse mythology. Take them all with a grain of salt, because here's the thing: there are about 10 to 20,000 documents that catalog Norse belief and folklore and practices and things like that. About 10 to 20,000, and of those, there are like 200 or 300 that are complete. And of those 200 or 300 that are complete, most of them came from Snorri's era. So you have the ones that are based on runestones, which are very fragmented. Like the runestones have very little context, and most of them are written in local dialects. So even most Norse scholars can't agree on those things. And then the vast majority of what we have that is complete comes from Snorri. And while a lot of very, very Norse-minded people don't like to admit it, Snorri was a Christian. He was a self-professed Christian, and while he was very much invested in the folklores of his people and in the practices and in all of the things, Snorri had an agenda in the way that he wrote. And most good scholars agree that that's the case. Now, that's not to say that he wasn't accurate. It is not to say he didn't record things accurately, but he did have a thing that he was trying to accomplish in the way that he wrote. And what you have to understand about Norse mythology is that most of what we have is very fragmented. Snorri Sturluson's Prose Edda is not a history book. It is not a religious text. It is a handbook on writing poetry. It's a handbook for writing poetry. Now, that makes a lot of people unhappy when I say that, but that's the reality of it. Snorri Sturluson is called the Prose Edda because Snorri wrote it as an instructional on how to write Icelandic poetry. That's why it's how to write Icelandic prose. That's why it's called the Prose Edda. It's the younger Edda. Now, the elder Edda, the Poetic Edda, is an absolute, you'll forgive me swearing, is an absolute shit show. The Poetic Edda is such a mishmash of things and documents, and to be perfectly honest, it seems like the scholar, because the Poetic Edda was transcribed by a monk, probably a Christian monk, because most of the literate people who were recording things at that time period, they were Christian. That's why so many of these things that are written down are Christian, not because the Christians were erasing things, that's something that people get into a lot, but because the Christians were the literate ones in that area, and they were recording what everybody else was doing and saying. The Poetic Edda is a shit show, and no scholars agree on what it says. And most scholars don't even translate it literally. Most of them translate it interpretively. So you have to be very careful when you're going through Norse mythology. Like, you should read all of the things. I'm just saying, just be careful when you're reading any book on it, because there's nobody in Norse scholarship agrees on really anything, unless they're fighting with somebody else. Then they'll agree on things, but then outside of that, they don't really. Guys, you said in my downtime, which is a lot, I did create my own religion based on the writings of Terry Pratchett. Respectable. Respectable. The Discworld religion. I will tell you that the KOV, no matter your age, size, or anything else, you are a good man. You talking about me, Heather, being a good man? We love all things Viking and Norse. Yeah, and it's a lot of brilliant history and fascinating things. It's an absurd as you'd imagine. It's probably more absurd than I can imagine, because I haven't read much of Pratchett's stuff, but what I have read is absolutely absurd. Also, don't make me come over there and hug all your bad feelings away. I don't have any negative opinions about myself. I have a realistic perspective on who I have been throughout my life, and for most of my life I was a bastard. And it took a very, very long time for me to grow up and stop being a bastard. So, that is my perspective about myself. It's called Norse Tales of Norse Mythology by H.A. Gjorber. Gjorber? Tales of Mythology. I think I have this one, actually. Yeah, I do have this one. Yeah, so that one's pretty good. That one's more of a folklore translation, but it's pretty good. That one's fine. Scooby. Treat it more like a storybook than like a historical one, because it's more or less put together in such a way that is meant to be like a recreation of how these things would have been orally told. So it's sort of like a dramatic recreation of Norse mythology. But it is a good book. I actually enjoy it quite a bit. The lady and I have this one. It's either down here or it's up on the shelf, up in the tavern set. Church of the Great Turtle, may her shell be ever polished. Like, even my Norse-inspired planet was broadened to Norse and Germanic-inspired, and went from being called Arthuxor to being called Runavalir. We got the illustrated edition from Barnes and Noble. That's a hell of a deal. Yeah, that's good. I think you'll enjoy it. It is really wonderful, dramatic interpretation of the stories. It's been a while since I've read it, but from what I remember, it's a really wonderful, dramatic reinterpretation. Okay, so a couple of things need to happen, friends. We've got 45 minutes. Let's go ahead and try and finish this. The lady has to finish today's story time, and I have to get it out before midnight, and then we have to bring midnight in together. So this is we're going to be on a sprint here. So let's go ahead and finish up. We've only got 3 more pages left in the chapter, and then we're going to just waffle until midnight. And we'll be on a little bit after midnight just to chat, but we'll plan on ending a little bit after midnight. Stiffly, the boy said, "Thank you. Was that a favour?" His wounded pride showed, and his voice was thick with youthful emotion. "I love you, Bronwyn. When this is over, you must come to me to Crondor. I'm going to be a rich man someday. We can get married." Half impatiently, half tenderly, the girl said, "Loki, you speak of things I don't understand. The pleasures of the bedchamber are not promises. Now, I must rest before we are called back to duty. Go, maybe some other time." Feeling stung, the boy backed away, his cheeks burning. "What do you mean, some other time?" Colour rose in his face as he almost shouted. "You think this is some game, don't you? You must think I'm just a boy." He spoke defiantly, acting like a boy. Bronwyn looked at him with sadness in her eyes. "Yes, Loki, you're a boy. Now go." His temper rising, Locklear shouted, "I'm no damn boy, Bronwyn. You'll see. You're not the only girl in Armengol. I don't need you." Awkwardly, he stepped through the door, slamming it behind him. Tears of humiliation and anger ran down his cheeks. His stomach churned with cold fury and his heart raced. Never in his life has he felt so much confusion and pain. Then he heard Bronwyn shout his name. He hesitated a moment, thinking the girl might want to apologize, or afraid she might simply want him for some errand, and then she screamed. Locklear pushed open the door and saw the girl clutch her ribs, while she awkwardly held a dagger in her hand. Blood poured down her arm alongside her thigh, and before her crouched a mountain troll. His sword upraised, Locklear's hand flew to his rapier as he shouted, "Bronwyn!" The troll faltered as the boy leapt forward, but even as Locklear raised his own weapon, the troll's blade came down. In a blind rage, Locklear slashed out, cutting the troll across the back of his neck. The creature staggered and attempted to turn, but the boy ran it through, the point of the rapier finding a place under the arm, where no armor protected the creature. The troll shuddered, and its sword fell limp from its fingers, and it collapsed to the floor. Locklear stabbed it one more time, then was passed it to Bronwyn's side. The girl lay in a pool of blood, and instantly Locklear knew she was dead. Tears ran down the boy's face as he cradled her in his arms, hugging her close. I'm sorry, Bronwyn. I'm sorry I was mad, he whispered in the dead girl's ear. Don't be dead. I'll, I'll be your friend. I didn't mean to shout. Damn. He rocked back and forth as Bronwyn's blood ran down his arm. Damn, damn, damn. Locklear wept aloud, his pain as hot iron, and his stomach ache. His pain a hot iron, and his stomach ache. In his stomach and groin, his heart pounding and his muscles knotted, his skin flushed, as if hatred and rage sought to leach through the pores of his skin, and his eyes seemed to burn inside his head, suddenly too hot and dry for tears. Then the sound of alarm brought him to his private grief. He rose, gently placed the girl upon the bed they had shared the night before, and then he took his rapier and opened the door. He took a deep breath, and something froze inside of him, as if mountain ice replaced the burning agony of the moment before. Before him, a woman held a child as a goblin advanced, his sword upraised. Locklear stepped calmly forward and ran the goblin through the side of the neck, twisting his sword savagely so the creature's head fell from his shoulders. Locklear looked about and saw a brief shimmer in the night air. Suddenly, a Moradel warrior appeared before him. Without hesitation, Locklear attacked. The Moradel took a wound in the side, but managed to avoid being killed by the boy. Still, the wound had been serious, and Locklear was a swordsman of above-average skill, and now he had to command a cold, controlled rage. A disregard for his own safety that made him the most fearful of opponents, one willing to take risks because he didn't care if he lived. With astonishing fury, the boy drove back the Moradel to the wall of the building and ran him through. Locklear spun about, looking for another opponent, and saw another form appear in the street a half-block down. The boy ran toward the goblin. Everywhere in the city, the invaders suddenly appeared. Once the alarm had been sounded, the defenders had dealt with him, but few goblins and Moradel had joined in force, and were now fighting from pockets within the city. As the invasion of magically transported warriors reached its peak, the army outside the wall attacked. Suddenly, there was the risk of enough soldiers being pulled from the walls to deal with the teleported soldiers to allow those without to find a point of defense they could breach. Guy ordered one reinforcement company to the point of the heaviest attack upon the wall, and another off the wall to aid those in the city. Hot oil and arrows quickly turned back those at the wall, but the constant appearance within the city continued. Arutha fought off numbing fatigue and watched his father's most bitter rival, wondering how the man found the reserve of strength to carry on. He was much older man, yet Arutha found himself envying Guy's energy. And the speed at which he made decisions showed a complete understanding of what every unit at his disposal was at any time. Arutha still couldn't bring himself to like this man, but he respected him, and more than he cared to admit, even admired him. Guy watched the distant hill, the place where Momandamus oversaw his army. There was a flicker of light after a moment, another, and then a third. Arutha followed the guy's gaze, and after witnessing the light for a time, said, "That's where they're coming from." "I bet on it. A witch king or his snake priest is behind this," Arutha said. "He's too far for even Martin's bow, and I'll wager none of your archers can reach him, nor can your catapults." "Bastards just out of range." Amos came along the wall to say, "Things seem to be under control, but they keep popping up everywhere. I've reported 3 in the citadel, and 1 appeared in a moat and sank like a stone. Now what are you thinking?" Arutha indicated the hill, and Amos watched for a while. "Our catapults can't reach it, damn." Then the old seaman's face split into a grin. "I have an idea." Kai waved towards the bailey, where an astonished-looking troll had suddenly appeared, to be overwhelmed by 3 soldiers. But while he died, another came into existence and dashed away down the street. Anything sooner or later. They're going to gather into a large enough company to cause serious trouble. Amos hurried away toward the catapult platform. He issued instructions, and soon a cauldron was heating. He oversaw the preparation and returned, leaning upon the wall. Any time now? What? asked Guy. The wind will change. Always does about this time of night. Arutha shook his head. He was tired and suddenly was visited with a funny image. Are we going to sail closer, Captain? Abruptly, a troll was upon the rampart. Blinking in confusion, Guy struck it with the back of his fist, knocking it to the cobbles below. It landed with a thump of finality. It seems they have a moment or two of disorientation, which is a damn good thing, said the Protector. Otherwise, that one might have had your leg for lunch, Amos. Amos stuck a finger in his mouth and then raised it. And with a satisfied, ha! Shouted, Catapult! Fire! The mighty war engine uncoiled, throwing its missile with such force as to take a leap upon the wall. Into the dark the missile silently sped. For a moment no effect was visible, then shrieks filled the night. From the distance Amos let out with a satisfied howl of glee. Arutha watched for a moment and saw no more flashes of light. Amos, what did you do? asked Amos, what did you do? asked Guy. Well, one eye. It's a trick I learned from your old friend the Keshians. I was in Durban when a tribe of desert men had an uprising and decided to take the city. The Governor-General, that old fuck Hazra Khan, found the walls swept with bow fire, so he ordered up hot sand and threw it at him. Hot sand? said Arutha. Yes, you just heat it until it glows red, and you toss it at him. The wind carries it a fair piece, and if it hasn't cooled too much when it hits, it burns like unholy blazes. Gets in your armor, under your tunic, in your boots, your hair everywhere. If Hermandamus was looking this way, we might have blinded that impotent son of a poxy rat. Anyway, it'll take his mind off his spells for an hour or two. Arutha laughed. I think only for a time, however. Amos took a pipe from his tunic and a taper which he lit from a torch. Yes, there's that. His tone was serious. There is that. The three looked out again into the dark, seeking some sign of what would be next. And so ends Chapter 13 of A Darkness It Saith Anon, my friends. Burning sand. Burning sand is actually something that was used in catapult and trebuchet warfare in many countries in many times. And largely it was considered to be one of those things that was no longer acceptable. Dude just pocket sanded with a catapult. Yes, yes he did. Miluth! I didn't know you were still in. I'm glad. You mean like boiled grits? Something like that. So what'll happen is, because if you heat up sand to the point where it glows, just before it starts to melt, it's essentially hot, granulated glass. So imagine having hot, granulated glass sprinkled all over you. Thank you for the posture check, Milu. I think I fell asleep for a bit. Well, it is quite late, so it's all right. That's understandable and expected. Yeah, burning pocket sand at that. Well, we're coming up on the end of the night here. It is a bastard of a thing to do, that's for sure. And it's one of those things that was later outlawed for its cruelty, even with its efficacy being quite high. It is almost midnight for me. We're going to be there very soon. Very, very, very soon. I am quite excited about it. We're going to be well in the way. Hang on just a second, guys. There are some places in the world that still don't follow things like the Geneva Convention, where they do similar things but with more advanced weaponry. How are we coming along over there, pretty lady? Burning us down with a catapult, yes. Any fun New Year traditions? Well, generally speaking, New Year's is not something that we celebrate, but New Year's would technically be classified underneath our Yuletide traditions. Because for us, we Samhain in my family, Samhain is linked to Yule, and then Yule stretches from the 15th of December all the way to the 15th of January. So we will have what is my brain? We will have gift giving and what we call kilning that goes on all the way up until January the 15th. All right. Let's scoot you back over here. I'm gonna scoot you back. All right. So yeah, because my grandfather still follows the sort of the Celtic New Year. So we treat all of the end of the month of October, uh, or all of the month of November and December as like the New Year. So we take 3 months to prepare for the New Year, as you would in if you were a farmer, right? You would take the winter to prepare. Uh, is it on the Geneva's list of no-nos? Kind of like using lime. Lime is nasty stuff. It's very nasty stuff. Just curious, Casual, what's your take on this from my story? When multiple wielders use their affinities at once or assert their wills in tandem, this can create what is known as an enchantment. This is an incredibly difficult technique to pull off, but enchantments can be used to achieve various effects from my story. Yeah, it sounds rational enough. Now they just launch cluster missiles and hope none of the explosives are darts. Can't put more than that's the juice. No, it works well enough. I need to get over to Scotland one year for Hogmanay. Yeah, I've never been for it. Uh, did somebody pop in? I didn't even see somebody pop in. That's probably my fault though. Shadow Fox, if you're joining us, welcome in. But yes, so we treat Samhain to Yuletide as our new year. Good night, Belinda. Rest well. We've only got 30 more minutes. Hang on, I need to go grab things. Only got 30 more minutes until the new year. To perform my manly prerogatives to kiss the lady at midnight. And you'll all have to avert your eyes from the indecency of it. Although if any of you have been in Matty's streams, I would assume none of you have innocent eyes anymore.
innocent ears.
Innocent ears or eyes, I guess. Probably safe to say. Oh yeah, because the lady and I don't drink a whole lot of sugar, and it's just us. I got these little tiny bottles of Martinelli's. This is what we'll toast to tonight. And I also have my Voltec bottle opener for opening bottles. I know most of you don't know what Fallout is and don't care what Fallout is, but the lady and I have been. Well, did you like Fallout before Fallout 76? Did you play any of the games before then?
I didn't dislike it, but just never had the time to play.
Yeah. Hey, sir, no sleeping. What are you doing? No sleeping. Wake up. Wake up. No sleeping. Where's his timeout box? No sleeping. I'm working through 76 again. I haven't picked up 76 since it came out. I've been playing Fallout since the first game. Hey, there you go, Kova. Yeah. We were doing a playthrough of Fallout 3 some time ago, and we never finished it. And I was going to go through all of the stories, but I just haven't had time to play games with people. Yeah, I did. Well, because again, like we were, if Everett were here, I just would have gotten a couple of big bottles and he'd have drank all the way through them. But because we don't really drink that much sugar, we just got little tiny ones. And I'll leave, because I got 4 of them, so I'll leave the other 2 for Everett when he gets home. Apologies for my absence. I've been caught up in an exciting world of cooking, whipping up a storm in the kitchen. That's all right, Esther. That's all right. No worries about that. 76 was my first intro to Fallout. See, I was so disappointed because Shadow, you were a part of the community back then. There was no one who was more hyped up for Fallout 76 than me. I was so on the burn for it. Circus Peanut, thank you for the follow over on Twitch. You've marked this on your map. You should be able to find your way back again the next time you seek a story. We're bringing in the new year together. Those are yummies, and the bottles are great for the classic Pinterest project, lights in a bottle. Oh, that would be true, wouldn't it? I hadn't thought about that. But there was no one who was more excited for Fallout 76 than I was. And it was an absolute disappointment from the get out. And I've been told that it has improved quite a bit. I played all the time on my console. I played with 2 guys from work. Yeah, and I still have it. Like, I have it on PlayStation, I have it on Xbox, and I have it on PC. I just haven't played it because I was so pissed off by how badly they messed it up to begin with. I was so mad. I honestly want to just shoot all the NPCs and go back to the quiet wasteland. It just works. No, Todd, no, it doesn't. Yeah, some people have really liked the changes. Some people have said they didn't like it. I don't know, because I've played all of the Fallout games. I've played the first one, the second one, Tactics, the Brotherhood of Steel, 3, New Vegas, and 4. 4 is the worst of the lot of them. Best mechanics wise, but story wise is the worst. And I love it. I absolutely love the Fallout universe, and I was really excited when the show came out. The show is not bad. It almost lost me in the beginning, because the first couple of episodes of the Fallout show, which if any of you want to watch it, it is worth a watch. I would agree. I get lost in 4, so I don't play. Yeah, they made 4 so big, and they made the story of 4 so small, because they were so focused on like making the world big that they just didn't put anything in it. which is what they tend to do, which is what Bethesda tends to do a lot. They'll make gigantic games and then not put anything in them, which is, you know, kind of counterintuitive to a video game. Ooh, do you think I will have time to post it before? Okay, all right, guys. I have to post today's video so that we get a video out today. So you guys are gonna sit here and watch me work, which is really boring. Because basically, what I do is I'm gonna just be staring at my phone for the next 15 minutes. I love Borderlands. The lady and I love Borderlands. I did not like Borderlands 3. I did not like Tiny Tina's Wonderland. I thought those were both terrible. But I love the first two Borderlands games, and I like the pre-sequel. And the lady has been playing Fallout or Borderlands 4 with Matty a little bit here and there. I started on level 2 and got out to about 12 or 13 by the time I finished. I just have to put a whole deboned butterfly chicken on the barbecue. That sounds delicious, Bear. I'm jealous. I've noticed the gamers are either railroad, odd, or sandbox, if anything in the middle. See, for me, it depends entirely on the type of game. Like some games, I prefer it to be on rails. If it's going to be a certain type of game, it needs to be on rails, because if it's not, then it makes no sense. And then for others, the sandbox is great. Floofy, thank you for the GG. I appreciate that. Tips to the Tavern Keeper are always appreciated. Benjamin is really liking Kingdom Hearts. Kingdom Hearts is a classic. You can't go wrong with Kingdom Hearts. Kingdom Hearts is an absolute classic. All right, boys and girls, we're gonna be rushing to the end here. See if I can get this done. How long did it end up being, Lovin? Almost too long, it looks like. Hang on. Yeah, well, that's how long it is. All right. All right. So I gotta get all of this done and uploaded before midnight. Then I have to pop open these bottles so the lady and I can toast you all to the new year. Let's see if I can pull it off. Oh, always coming down to the wire. Always coming down to the wire. I don't, did you, you might have missed quite a bit. I can't say much. The last games I played were Okami and Katamari Damacy. Yeah, but those are good games though. Like those are not bad games. Okami especially is really good. I like the art style and whatnot in Okami. Just think of all the things you have to look forward to when we are in each other's company. I am looking forward to all of the things. Yeah. I don't know, Kova. Would you like for me to resume our story playthroughs of the Fallout games? We would have to do it on nights that are not storytime nights, and we would only do it on Twitch. But is that something that you would desire, my friend? I know that there are quite a few tavern folk who miss when we played games. How do you like the new Where the Winds Meet? It's not really my jam, but I've actually I like the story, I like the environment, and I've been playing it with the lady because she loves it. She loves those kinds of games. So it's one we've been playing together, and she likes it a lot. No, I started a playthrough some time ago. That's what I'm asking. Are we having waffles? We are having waffles, Quirt. Talking about the potential of bringing back game days on Twitch. Happy New Year, Teresa! Good to see you. Welcome in. Tyson, thank you for the resub, brother. 12 months in a row. You bleeding legend, you. I gotta stop waffling and get this done. Buddy, how's it going? Keep it up. Thank you kindly. I appreciate you. Shari said, I miss the game days. I do miss the game sometimes, but it's been great to see the channel grow and change as well. Yeah, I don't think we'd ever go back to just doing games on anything. But I think if we have story ones that I think we can all enjoy the story of together. Like when we did Black Myth Wukong, I really enjoyed that. I think we could do that. I don't think that would be out of sorts. Gotta hurry, friends. Gotta hurry. Only got 13 minutes until it's New Year's. I really ran things down to the wire today. Like I was not working fast enough today for everything that the lady and I needed to get done. Heather, thank you kindly for the rose. I appreciate you. Thank you. I love the Sumi paint style, and I have the Peachtree transition on loop. Wait for what? Heather is from the from Okami. Yeah, yeah, yes. Sorry, my brain's all over the place. Hang on, I will be back present here in just a moment. People these days always on their damn phones. Can you believe me? The audacity of myself. Can you believe my audacity? Just sitting here, all these folks here hanging out, and I'm sitting here on my mobile like a iPad kid. I've just been trying to get back into Ark myself. Finger injury makes it hard to play though. I might need a controller. See, yeah, I Ark is one I can't commit to. Ark is a second job. I've had quite a few folks who wanted me to play Ark and I couldn't do it. It's just it is literally a second job. You have to be willing to commit hundreds and hundreds of hours into Ark, and I just don't have it in me to do it. I don't have it in me to do it. Okay, all right, we're almost there. We're almost there. You know what they don't tell you about this glamorous lifestyle is that um, once a day at least I have to listen to myself 30 times while I put out story times for everybody. After a certain point, you get sick of yourself. It's over 2,000 hours in Arc. Jesus. That's. Okay, so I do have a question for later for when my book is close to publishing and making the audiobook. Could I ask for help putting the book trailer together when the time? Yeah, of course. Absolutely. It was calming. Oh, good. Funny story. I was on the phone with my grandma and she asked why. I was calming one of my student's assistants down because she didn't turn in her timesheet. Oh, I see, I see. Alright, this should be done. Alright, we're almost there. We're on the final stretch. Is Wesley still in here or did Wesley go to bed? I assume he went to bed. I'm asking because I didn't see him go to bed. And usually he says good night. Mama Bear much. Sounds about right though. Alright. One last to do. Looks like I am gonna make it. Just jinx myself probably. Alright. Seven minutes to midnight. Six. Ah! Alright, hang on. Love you. It's almost midnight. Ah. It's a terrible bottle opener. And you know what? I have better ones at home. Do I still have everyone's? Maybe not. People already shooting them off. Yeah. You got to come over here so you can count it down with me. Obviously, you don't have to be on camera. She didn't dress up for you guys tonight, so you're not special. Oh, damn it. Do we? Yeah. Okay, we're gonna run ads real quick, so you guys don't get cut off. We're gonna run ads. All right. Bastards pulling it out on me at the last minute. Hang on. Wow, just throwing stuff. Just throwing stuff. All of this unbridled anger. Okay, all right. we're gonna be right down to the wire with this. The ads are gonna finish up right before we're gonna count down. So here we go. All right. There is yours.
Thank you.
You're welcome. There's mine. Our little tiny models. All right, friends, you ready? It is the final new year of the new year. We're coming into it. We have only... Let's see, where are we? On Pacific Standard Time. We have 3 minutes and 5 seconds left to go. 3 minutes and 5 seconds left to go. And 1 minute and 41 seconds left on the ads. So... creeping up on it. 3 minutes. Bear with me, friends. It's coming in hot. The cat refuses to take no for an answer. Slanchamé Kova. Pops the Druid. Long time no see, my friend. Okay, all right, we're coming up on it. We're coming up. 52 seconds left on the ads. And 2 minutes. We're gonna get out of ads on Twitch just before the 1 minute mark. 2 minutes. All right, here we go. Got 1 minute 40 seconds until we've all entered the new year together. Are you ready, my friends? Are you ready? Are you prepared? We have 2 folk who are in Hawaii, but I don't think either of them... 3, actually. Teanu is normally... Teanu is in Hawaii, and then Christine is in Hawaii, and then Klein is in Hawaii. But Klein, I think, already left. So we have 3 folks who are usually with us in Hawaii. Okay.
It's almost all together.
Almost all together, that's right. Okay, we should be back from ads now. All right. We have 59 seconds left. I wish I could stay up later, but I find myself getting sleepy by 7 p.m. I usually head to bed around 9 p.m. and wake up around 4 a.m. to go for a run with Ethy. We enjoy our time together tackling those hills for about 40 minutes. It is a hell of a thing. Bear, thank you kindly, brother. Enjoy your house mead. Tips to the tower keeper always appreciated. 500 bits from the big man. All right, 30 seconds. All right, once we have our cheers and we do all of the above, I have to get up and give the lady her due for the new year.
Better get in trouble.
I'll get in big trouble. I'll be sleeping outside in the rain, which...
No.
She'll put me outside for 3 seconds in the rain, and then she'll dry me off like a doting wife. Dustin, hello and welcome in. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! Cheers me. Yeah, fresh home from the war treatment. Gotta have it. Gotta have it. Got to do it. Oh, Frohes Neues Jahr. Happy New Year. Thank you, my friends. Alana, thank you for sticking with us all the way until we were with you in 2026. Well, friends, this is legendary. Yep, the last for the year. We all came into the new year together, and I have to say, I couldn't have spent it with a better group of scallywags and scoundrels. Cheers to the brand new year filled with endless possibilities. Wishing you all joy and success in 2026. Let's make it unforgettable. I swear to bring you all bigger and better stories all throughout the next year. And I cannot wait to experience a whole nother year with all of you in the tavern. How many of you, yes, what is your tavern anniversary? Tyson, this is your second year with us in the tavern. This is our second year bringing in the new year together. The lady refused, she didn't put on any of her makeup or get dressed. So sadly, no public smooch. Besides, we might get banned. Might be indecent, I don't know.
I'm decent.
No, I said us kissing on storytime might be indecent. Year 3 for me now, incoming. 2 years for me. 2 years. 2-year anniversary. Bear, thank you kindly, brother. Oh, another 500. Did you get more house mead? Thank you kindly, my friend. Feels like I've been here for about a year and a half, doesn't it? Time really flies. It really has done. March 28th for me. So this is your first year bringing in the new year with us then, Uncle Scooby. Heather, definitely 2 for you, for sure. Lalana, thank you kindly for staying with us all the way into the new year. They're brilliant, Matty, brilliant. But I originally discovered you on Facebook, so who knows? Could have been. Could have been longer than that. And the first for New Year, so this is Bear's first New Year with us as well. I'm rather recent, less than 3 months, I think. So it's Kova's first New Year in the tavern. I think we should make it a tradition that we all bring in the New Year's together in the tavern. I think that without exception we should do this every year. Jazz, this is your second year in the tavern, but I've known Jazz for a very long time. She's wonderful. Her beautiful boy Javin is a very dear friend of mine. So happy to celebrate all the New Year's with everyone. Molly, me too. It was absolutely spectacular. 2, I think. 2 for Lalana. Kaiju, this will be your first New Year's with us, but this will be your probably 3rd year in the tavern. Kaiju, I think. Molly, I'm so glad you stayed up with us. My second birthday celebration in the tavern as well. That's wild. Well, Kaiju, I hope that I can keep bringing you stories to help carry you through your battle, and know that we're going to be here with you all the way through it. Whether it's an end 20 years from now or 80 years from now, and those are the only options, by the way. It's either going to be ending 20 years from now or 80 years from now. Rachel, Happy New Year's! I'm so glad you could join us. I've been around for about 2 years, I think. I was with you last New Year's. So then, Bear, this is your second New Year's in the tavern. First New Year bringing it in with us, though. Second time being in the Black Dragon for New Year's. All right, Teresa. Heck yes. I'm so happy to celebrate another year with everyone in the tavern. It's so exciting. It is very exciting. So what do you guys think? I'll take it from you. Should the tavern keep doing stories in 2026? Should we do more stories in 2026? What do you think? Meg, hello! Happy New Year's. I think I had the luck of coming across the tavern late 2024. Thanks for sharing stories. Always my pleasure. It is literally our pleasure and privilege to do so. I was with you when you did this last New Year. So yeah, so there, this is your second day. Actually, second year for us too. Excellent. We've got so many second years. More stories, more stories. My lady just woke up and she's not happy about having to drive to work in the snow. I would imagine not. Driving anywhere in the snow is a bit of a trial as it is. So, and plenty of shanties, plenty of shanties. Can't not have the shanties. Oh, you can't get rid of me. I'll be the kindly poltergeist serving drinks. Absolutely, says Petra. More waffles, more stories. And if you guys want, I think I might bring back, once we have the storytime schedule sorted for the new year, because the holidays were wild for us. Once we have the schedule sorted, maybe we'll do one game day a week where we play through some story games. That'll be Twitch only, because I know some of you don't particularly care about the games, so that'll be just for the stories. I already have dibs on keys and grounds at the tavern. Kaiju called it years ago. Stories and songs, yes please. I have some very exciting things on that front coming in the new year. I don't know when in the new year, but for sure we'll have at least 2 tavern books in the new year, and maybe something more. The lady and I are working on a secret project, and we don't know how long it's going to take or how or when it's going to be out. Actually, we have 2 secret projects that might come out this year. So, all things in good fun. Took me 3 hours to make a 2-hour drive to Pittsburgh on a Tuesday because of the snow. That is crazy, but we're out here near Los Angeles, and we are 20 miles from the airport, and it can take 2.5 hours to get there. Keep the tales coming, Casa. We absolutely adore your captivating storytelling and your lively shanties. We can't get enough. I appreciate you all for it. I'll keep finding more songs for you. We'll keep finding songs and maybe we'll write a few, Bear. Maybe we'll write a few. L.A. Boo, come up to Montana. I want to be there more than you know, Kaiju. We're working on it. Mrs. Ash, hello. Been a long time since I caught you. It's been a long while since we've had a lot of regulars over on TikTok. TikTok more or less has buried us when it comes to folks catching the live story time. Now I have a request. What color of thread should I use on my next embroidery project? I would say either an emerald or a blue. Black Dragon, Happy New Year, Dragon Tavern. Happy New Year to you, my fellow Black Dragon. Always lovely to see you. Oh, my friends, what an absolutely incredible year and what a spectacular way to end. I cannot imagine a better ending than with all of you rambunctious, vacuous scallywags and scoundrels. More love than I could ever express. I appreciate you all for spending the time with us. I appreciate all of the love and support you all give throughout the year. Absolutely spectacular. We were on Waffles for a bit. We've been on for just over 4 hours. We're ringing in the new year for everybody, Mrs. Ash. I love it, Scallywags. Black Dragon, thank you kindly for the heart me. That gets us to our final goal over on TikTok. I didn't even realize I'd set a goal, but it just told me we made it. So there we go. Oh, are you asking what I mean by waffles? What it means by waffles? Waffling is what we call it when we're just chatting. When we're just shooting the shit, as it were. We call it waffles because I waffle about. I still remember my first chat about Whispers of the Heart. Whispers of the Heart is such an underrated Studio Ghibli. Underrated Studio Ghibli property. Absolutely underrated. I'm still hoping for. I promise in the new year I'll get back to learning new songs. I have been so busy through the holiday season that I fell behind on almost everything. But I'll get back to learning new songs, I promise. We might even start learning some when we're all together in Storytime, if that's something you all would like. Black Dragon, thank you for the roses and for the goats. Tips to the Tavern Keeper, always appreciated, my friend. Thank you kindly. Santa Baby, that's right, we were going to do Santa Baby and I never got around to it. But don't forget your old shipmates will be on the list. I've got Santa Buddy in the barrel for Kova. I might even do it. I'll tell you what, Kova, I'll do it tomorrow. It's way past Christmas. Not way past, but it's past Christmas. But I'll do it for you tomorrow. Why not? Because we are going to be back for story time tomorrow evening. Probably around 4 or 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Oh, what a beautiful night. Have a good evening, Dragon Tavern. Didn't have long, but I wanted to say hello, and I appreciate you very much. Thank you kindly for tipping the Tavern Keeper. I hope your new year is off to a spectacular start. Let's go ahead. Let's see if any of our friends are over on Twitch. For all of the rest of you, this is where we are going to end tonight. What are you currently reading? This is what we are reading today. Darkness is Sitting On by Raymond D. Feist. And then we are reading Harry Potter Book 7 tomorrow. So Tuesdays is Darkness is Sitting On. Thursdays is Harry Potter. Well, speaking of which, I think Jazz's son Joven is on, so why don't we go over and harass Joven? Yep, he's still on. Yeah, we'll go harass Joven. I know most of you are off to bed, but we're going to go over, I'm going to drop you all off with Jazz's boy, who is a beautiful young lad. And for the rest of you who are in the other parts of the tavern, thank you so much. Can't wait to see you again watching Chamber of Secrets right now. Well, tomorrow we're in book 7, and it's my first time reading through it. I've read all of the other 6, but this is my first time reading through the 7th. So for those of you who are on Twitch, we're going to raid and show some love to a friend. And for everyone else, this is where we end tonight. And while it is such sadness to be parting, right now, we will gather again very soon, as a matter of fact. So, until I see you all again, Heather, thank you for the roses over on TikTok. Tips to the Tavern Keeper are always appreciated. And for everyone who tipped the Tavern Keeper tonight, thank you. Maleficent, it's good to see you. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, my friends. I hope you all rest well. And I hope that you rise tomorrow ready to face the day. And I hope you know that we will be here again soon. And while it is sad the doors must close, they will open again. But until they do, I will bid you all stay bloodthirsty, my friends. And I will see you next time. Have a good night. Happy New Year. Much love from the lady and I.